Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the Age of Empires 2 HD Edition Titans League Tournament, and it is round 4! Round 4, and the hype is on, because today we will see some amazing matches that will probably decide how the groups will pan out. I see that my microphone is spiking like crazy. Absolutely crazy. And I'm also noticing that the hotkeys of my stream are not working. It's also unfortunate. Every stream we learn something new. I tried to rebalance my microphone and I'm afraid I did not succeed. I'm going to turn it down a little bit because it's going all in red. And I think, am I not clipping like crazy? OBS is going completely nuts. It doesn't matter. You guys can hear me. That's all that's important. And my hotkeys don't work. That's really shitty, but that are issues that I have to deal with. Today, we will see the 4th round of the Dark and the Feudal Age group in what might be one of my favorite maps, Archipelago. Oh, Archipelago, what an amazing map that is. And there is a lot to talk about, and there's so much strategy to talk about. So, actually, I just want to hop right in. But before we do that, I have a few announcements for the people who didn't see the other streams. The first announcement is that the Sunday stream, the coming Sunday stream, the round 4 stream from the Castle and Imperial Age groups will be on Saturday instead of Sunday, because I have all kinds of festivities to attend. So it will be one day earlier, 7 o'clock as normal, just one day earlier. The other streams will be at the normal date. So that's the first announcement. The second announcement, for everyone who didn't see it yet, the brackets have been revealed. I will show the brackets. And today is an important day, because as I said already, today is a day that we will see probably who will end up on either side of the bracket. We will start off this day with an amazing matchup, a much anticipated matchup, Ikionic versus Laser Raptor. This match will probably decide who is going to take the first spot in this group. And I lost my train of thought. So yeah, that's I guess that's what we're going to see today. So the first match is going to be very important, but there are actually, I think all the Dark Age matches are important. So, and again, Archipelago, super fun map to play, in my opinion. Super fun map to watch, because there's so much crap going on. Amazing stuff. Second announcement and the last announcement, or the third announcement. How many announcements did I do? The next announcement is that you have to follow me if you didn't already, because I like you then. I like you more than I like you now. Because I like you now because I have to say that, because I want followers, and if I say I don't like you, you will stop watching my stream. So that's why I like you now. But if you follow me, I really like you, and that's something you want because of reasons. So that's the very good advertisement I did there, unquestionable. And I want to end this very shitty part of the stream with a very nice part of the stream, which is Age of Empires 2. As I said, we will start off with Laser Raptor versus Ikionic. I had this replay in my on my computer for a couple of days now, and I have been so close to watching it. I've been so close, but I have been able to resist it. And I'm so hyped to see who's going to win this. After that, we will see B-Swift versus Ruud Woltering. Ruud Woltering is in a bit of a pickle. If he loses this one, there is very little chance that he will come out of the group stage. So we will have to see if he's actually going to succeed at that. If B-Swift wins here... turn the mic volume up. I was so busy with everything. I have to turn it up. Let's turn the microphone up. Actually, let's go over here. I'm an OBS noob, guys. I'm so sorry. Can I? No, I cannot click that. Okay, I'll go. Oh wait, is it? Oh wait a second. Is that how it works? I'm learning on stream. I think. Does this help? I'm hoping this helps a lot. I just found out how the microphone settings work, I think. I think I just found it out after 80 tries. I did it. I did the microphones. Excuse me, guys. I'm a noob. As I was saying, Be Swift has to win this one to feel a little bit safe. And then we have the battle of truth. Bjorp versus Banana Bread. The player who wins this one will probably go to the next stage. And the person who loses here is not completely eliminated, but will have a very hard time. So, amazing stuff. Amazing day. And the Feudal Age is also amazing, but we'll talk about that after the break. Okay, I've been talking for way too long. Let's go to the first match. That is Ikionic versus Laser Raptor. There's going to be a little bit of failure because I cannot use my hotkeys, which is a little bit shitty, but we'll manage. I'm going to try to not forget to switch to from overlay to overlay this time. And there we go. Here we go, boys. On the right side, in red, it is Ikionic playing as the Huns. The Huns? What kind of civilization is that? I haven't seen that before. It is the Huns. We will talk about that very soon. On the left side! Did I just say the left side when it was the right side? I think I did. Can I do my starting game announcement correctly just once? For God's sakes. On the actual left side, in blue, it is Laser Raptor playing as the Saracens. I'm so glad this is going well. The Saracens versus the Huns is the first match that we will see today. And I have a surprising factoid for you, because I said it already. Who are the Huns? The Huns are a very popular online civilization. And this is the very first time in round 4 of this amazing tournament that we will see them. This is not because no one wants to play the Huns, but this is because everyone seems to be very afraid of them. They have been banned. Not all the replays have been sent in correctly or at all. So unfortunately, I do not have all the stats for you. But in almost every game, the Huns have been banned. And this is the first opportunity a player sees to play them. Ikionic saw the Huns open and he picked them. We will have to see how it works on this map. Oh, there's so much to talk about on this map. We'll have to see. Look at this. Look at this. That's a bit of a shame. There's only one fish, but look at this lake. My God. Look at this. Look at these lakes. You are a lucky man. You are a lucky man, Laser Raptor. I will, for you all, put on the bonus screen of the Huns, since we've never seen them before. The Huns are a cavalry civilization. They do not need houses. And this is, I think, one of the biggest reasons, probably, why a lot of new players main, if you will, the Huns. Because getting supply block, getting housed in this game is a frequent problem, especially for newer players. And just getting rid of that nuisance is something that a lot of new players like. I would generally advise against it, especially for that reason, because you're really just making it yourself easier. And while that is nice, you're not teaching yourself one of the core mechanics of the game, which is always watching your supply. So my advice to you, if you're picking the Huns just to not get supply block, please stop. It's time to stop. Unless you don't care. Oh my Jesus Christ! What do we see here? Laser Raptor. This is the most important match of the group stage, my friend. Errors like these cannot happen. It seems like he's a little bit on tilt already. Maybe starting his dock. Both sides starting their dock. I have to go to the Huns quickly. There's so much to talk about. To make up for that no need of houses, they start with less wood. That's only there to balance it out, which is a bit of a shame, because that makes the bonus not so good, actually. Bonuses that are for quality of life and not necessarily a a resource bonus or a strategic advantage of sorts are generally not that good, and this is why the bonus of the hunt bonus of the no need for houses is not that great. If you get the wood, it would be an amazing bonus, because I talked about this a lot. Wood bonuses in the early stage of the game are absolutely amazing. But that's not the case for the hunt, so that's a little bit unfortunate, but understandable. Cavalry archers cost 25% less in Castle Age and 30% in the Imperial Age. And this makes the Huns an excellent cavalry civilization, an excellent cavalry archer civilization. I doubt that we will see them today. Maybe that Ionic will do some drops or some lands on Laser Raptor's island. But even then, I doubt that we will see cavalry archers on a map like, and we'll talk about this later again, why I'm not sure about this hunt pick. Cavalry archers are a little bit awkward here. That aside, the trebuchets have plus 30 accuracy, and that's nice, I guess. Sometimes it can be annoying that your trebuchets miss. Sometimes the battles you have between trebuchets are really really come down to one shot. And getting to hit that one shot that you need to is important. So it can be nice, but there are better bonuses. Let me keep it at that. And then we have the Tarkin Cavalry unit, a very good raiding unit that's capable of destroying houses buildings really fast. They have bonus versus buildings, which is really nice. Then you have Atheism, absolutely useless bonus in this case, because there's a conquest victory condition here. There is no way to win by capturing all the relics, which would or building wonders, which would capturing all the relics would normally start a relic victory, but that's not possible on this victory type. So a useless bonus. And then the spies and the treason cost is 50% cheaper. It can be useful, but it's a super win more bonus. That's just if my opponent's being annoying and just sending villagers everywhere, trying to build some things to prevent himself from losing the game, that's when it's handy. For the rest, don't know. The stables work 20% faster though for the Huns and his allies, and that's an amazing bonus, absolutely amazing bonus. But that cavalry archer cost and the stable bonus is so good that actually these two bonuses alone, in my opinion, carry the civilization. Now, the Huns on this map, I told you already, the Huns are considered a strong civilization. They're very popular online, and I think popular in general. But on a map like Archipelago, it's a little bit awkward. Archipelago is an amazing map because you never know what's going to happen. It's so volatile in terms of randomness and action. Because chances are that you are starting on the same isle. But chances are also that what you see here, you are on separate isles. We see, I think, both players going Feudal Age. Yes, very important on a sea map that you Feudal Age first. And we will see Ionic be there just a little bit faster. And that time can be so important. Because if Ionic is smart, he instantly starts building galleys, which he will. Very good start there from Ionic. You generally want to be Feudal Age even faster on a map like this, because galley rushing is absolutely the most important thing to do on this map, without a doubt. But going to 3 docks as fast as you can and pumping out galleys is the first priority, and I think Ionic did a very good job there. But the Huns are a little bit awkward, because now that you're separate isles, you don't really have a bonus that really comes into your favor. Not in the early stages, at least. And it's so important to pick a bonus that is good for a naval bonus. A naval bonus is so important. If we look at Laser Raptor real fast, the Saracens, I've been over them already. I like the pick here. The Saracens are generally considered one of the weaker civilizations. I really like them because they allow for some really interesting niche strategies that catch your opponent off guard. We've seen Ionic use the Saracens and do a monk rush with it, which was amazing. Recommend watching that game back. But Laser Raptor probably picked it for the for two reasons. The first reason is that the galleys attack faster. Well, that's a very neat bonus to have on a map like Archipelago. And we see the first battles going on here. We see Igionic committing this one galley to a 2v1 fight, which is a little bit unfortunate because losing a galley so early on is such a shame. But we've seen Igionic building galleys first, and he has that numbers advantage, and he can start raiding the fishing ship. What you'll see people do sometimes is pick a first dock spot that is safe and has a lot of fish. Both players went for front docks, super aggressive, super risky stuff, and we will see who will get the payoff from that risk. It seems that Igionic will get that payoff for now, but this game is long from over. Igionic does have a 300 point lead already. Is really taking the lead here right off the bat, and the micro is not really there. It's really important that you try to micro your galleys. If you pull your galley back that's getting attacked, the enemy galley starts moving and stop attacking. It's so important to do that micro on sea maps like this. But both players are they're doing their best. The pressure is high. Both players know that who wins this match will be first. So the hype is on. And here we see Laser Raptor trying to pick off one galley. Did he remember which he attacked? No. Oh no, he didn't. It's so important to get that numbers advantage. Anyway, as I was saying, the galleys fire faster for Laser Raptor, which is an amazing bonus on a map like Archipelago. The transport ships have more carry capacity, which is nice, I guess, but overall not something you're going to win a game over. But the other thing is that the Saracens have amazing camels with extra hit points that can be really useful versus cavalry civilizations versus the Huns. So it's a really nice counter pick there. Although judging from the color, Laser Raptor picked first, so he blind picked Saracens, and Igionic picked the Huns into that. I don't know. Igionic, I really do not like the pick of the Huns. I mean, the Huns are that strong that they certainly have a chance of winning. This game is not won by Laser Raptor by any means, but I didn't check the bans. I imagine these players banned things like Celts, Vikings, Japanese, probably very good Archipelago civs. I think the Huns were just left, and Igionic just went with something maybe he's comfortable with. There can be so many reasons. But he actually, now that I come to think of it, he actually first picked it. So let's get rid of the Saracen bonus there. I understand the pick more of Laser Raptor than I do of Igionic. But we have to see. We have to see how this one pans out. It's so even. I think the game is now going as expected. Just a very even matchup. And two players battling for the water. Because these two players clearly both understand that whoever wins this naval battle wins the game. If you get naval priority there. We have the word again. Get out your bingo sheet, boys. If you have naval priority. Oh my god. Laser Raptor actually commits his entire army, and look how far he went into that galley army from Igionic before he fired. He denied himself so much damage there, and he actually has to retreat that. He lost so many galleys there without reason, wasn't paying attention. When you are doing the aggressive movement with your galleys at this point in the game, you really have to pay attention. We also see a landing here with double archery range actually, and Laser Raptor didn't see this. Oh, I thought maybe. Oh, we saw a moonwalking fishing ship. I thought maybe Laser Raptor was doing the same, but I talked way too long about these civilizations. There's so much going on. So the landing is already there, and there's double archery range. I see the Huns are good because they need for houses. Kind of right, but because I mean you're right, but because of course they have the minus 100 wood, which is somewhat more than 3 houses. It's not, I mean, that's generally like 5 houses when you hit the feudal age, 4 to 5 houses, and well, with all the sea maps, actually 6 probably. So it's kind of okay, I guess, but Don't know. I mean, I said already, I get the hunt bonus, but I get the hunt pick. It's just strong, but don't know. We see these archers actually being super effective, and Laser Raptor just not battling anything really to get rid of these archers. And I think his archers did way more damage than they should. Surprisingly enough, Igonic is also not attempting to wall anything off, just letting these archery ranges stand there. And these players are both so focused on naval priority, and it's so even. It's so even. This is the reason why you want, one of the reasons why you want that strength on the water, is that you can do things like this. If you have full control over the water, you can do things like this, and the power, the front line is so far into Laser Raptor's bay that Igonic can do whatever he wants, and he has control over all this food. One big thing about maps like Archipelago is that the resources are so limited compared to other maps. So post-Imperial Wars with trash units are way more common. And that is always something to keep in mind when you're playing and when you're picking your civilization. Civilizations with strong trash unit bonuses are also super strong on Archipelago. And you can just force a post-Imperial War and then just win it. That is with some civilizations is that an option. Both players waiting it out, just building up their army. I think that both players are also just on triple dock still, and we see Igonic now trying to pick off some units, and Laser Raptor is just not moving his. Is just not moving his woodcutters. Yes, now he will. That's a little bit late in my opinion. Once he saw this, he should have instantly walled it off and moved his woodcutters away. But now Igonic did so much damage with so little resources. I think Laser Raptor is going to feel this. And now he will move aggressively. Is he paying attention this time? Is he going to... Yes. He's clicking at the right time. And is he focus firing enough? You really have to identify what galley is getting attacked and move that galley away. Yes. Here you can see it. If you move a galley away, all the arrows will miss. You can tank so many arrows with one galley. If you micro this correctly, you can outplay an enemy so much with maps like this, with weather maps, Weber taps, yes. Oh, here we see Igonic just picking off galleys one by one, and it's so important that one galley can certainly make a difference. And here we see the beautiful dance, the galley dance. Who's going to win that galley dance? It's so important that you do this, and for everyone that played Age of Empires, undoubtedly everyone in this chat, you know how hectic it can be, microing this, going back to here, remembering where is everything, did I put everything on the correct place, assign villagers, make sure your villagers are working, but you cannot make a single mistake here on water, because if you lose your entire navy, you're done for. So maps like Archipelago are so super intense. It's incredible, and look how close this game is. Laser Raptor is 600 points behind, but at this stage of the game, it's not really that important. And we see that Laser Raptor did manage to wall this off, but didn't really wall this spot off, and he should really try to continue walling it off, because if these archers break through, and they have the fletching, and Igonic basically has control over this side of the map, he has so much pressure to deal with, and he's going to break either on sea or on land, and both will mean a loss. So there's something that he has to do here, and this is probably a little bit awkward now for the Saracens, because this is where they struggle. The Saracens are super strong late game and post-Imperial, but this is a time for the Saracens that are not that strong in this situation, and Laser Raptor really has to engage here, but Igonic Galley's army is so big. Who will out-micro who? Oh, that's a very nice move there from Laser Raptor. Unfortunately, the galley was just a little bit too close, so the arrows were hit way too easily. He tried to out-micro Igonic there, but he has just too many galleys. The pressure is just too much. Here we see an open wall, so Igionic gaining ground here, just little by little, and the point difference is slowly building up. And you can see Laser Raptor feeling the pressure. You can see him knowing that he has to try something, and it is all about this galley push. It is all about this galley battle. They both know this. Whoever wins this battle wins the game. The first fire galley comes out for Igionic. A little bit late maybe. And there we see, oh no, there we see the upgrade, and Laser Raptor committed his entire army. Oh, doesn't he notice this? He has to get away. Oh my god, this is a disaster. He resigns. He did not notice. I think he may not have noticed, or he may not have realized that Igionic was Castle Age. Oh my god, what a disastrous turn of events. I was so focused on this galley micro that I didn't even comment on it, but Igionic went for Castle Age and got that upgrade and just knew that this was the time to strike, and Laser Raptor was just not aware of it. And he knew when that armor was dead, it was over. It was over. That was a really nice move there from Igionic, really understanding the power spike and where to be at the right time. But oh my god, what a way to go. And that will mean that Igionic will take the group, will take the top of the Dark Age group, and will probably stay there. The strange things can happen next week, but that was so quick. That was so unexpected. Oh my god, I was building up to an epic clash, but this is how it ends. This is how it can go. I don't think it was wrong here to resign, because the entire army would have gone and it was just over. We've seen Laser Raptor lose galleys for no reason multiple times, and this one was just too much. This is just too much. Okay, well, I'm flabbergasted, guys. That was the first game, 29 minutes. I was expecting, by the way, I'm still expecting that I'm going to stream today for like till 2 a.m. because Archipelago games tend to take very long. But we will have to see. That was a quick first game. GG, and congratulations to Igionic for winning to his rival. And I think some mistakes for Laser Raptor to really reflect on, but despite the loss here, I think we've seen that these players are pretty close in skill level, and wouldn't really say that Igionic is above him in class by any means. So really hyped to see these players maybe play again, probably in the finals if they ever meet each other again, and then we will have to see. But what a game. What a quick game. Well, I guess that's how it goes, boys. I guess that's how it goes. Well, let's go to the matchup screen. And let's look at the second game for today, which will be B-Swift versus Ruud Woltering. For everyone, welcome. This is the round 4 Dark and Feudal Age Group stream. If you haven't done already, please follow my stream. I would really appreciate that. I could really use the followers to get that affiliate title and step up my streaming game. And you get notified when all these amazing games happen, like Laser Raptor versus Igionic, and it will only get better because we're getting close to the tiebreaker round, and then of course the knockout stages will all be so hype. But for now we will see B-Swift versus Ruud Woltering. Ruud Woltering, this is his last chance to stick to this tournament. If he loses this, there is very, very little chance that he will stay in. And for B-Swift, if he wins this, he will feel very comfortable and probably be moving on to the next stage. Ruud Woltering hasn't won a game yet, and B-Swift has won some. So we will have to see how this goes for our friend Ruud Woltering here. I'm loading up the game, the second Archipelago game of today. Let's go and watch together. And here we see exactly what I mean. This time we will see a single isle. A single isle. Without any further ado. On the left side, in red, it is Ruud Woltering playing as the Vikings. Very strong archipelago pick indeed. On the right side, in blue, we see B Swift playing as the Japanese. Also a very, very strong archipelago pick. My god, what I do like the Japanese so much. And I hope I see them some more, because I think on island maps they're insane. And I will touch upon that when we have a island map. I think I can show you then. It's really interesting. But for now it will be Ruud Woltering versus Laser Raptor and... not Laser Raptor. Ruud Woltering versus B Swift. Laser Raptor just lost the game. I'm still shocked how that went. And we see both players really doing the research here, probably. And picking what I would call a correct civilization for a map like Archipelago. Strong on land and strong on the sea both. And we will have to see how this goes. Now, B Swift has had a rough game last week. Lost versus Laser Raptor that did a Monk Rush versus him on the arena map. Probably a little bit unexpected for him. But I don't think he is that sad, because we've seen B Swift and we know that he is also not too afraid to pull some dirty tricks in order to win a game or two. So I guess he had it coming. And I think B Swift really looking for this victory here, and really knows that if he doesn't win this one, things could get really awkward for him. Of course, Ruud Woltering already on high alert, really needs to win this one. And judging from the pick, I think he did his research and really thought about what pick he should take. Now, Archipelago is not so much maybe when you're on one isle, but it's really a lot about getting that naval priority. Again, because you get all these resources. I said it already, the resources on maps like island maps, archipelago, team isles, all that sort of maps, they have so little resources compared to full land maps. It's insane if you think about all this sea that cannot contain any wood or stone or gold. So resources deplete so much faster, and getting these fish is super important to get ahead economically. And if you can get hold of the sea, and in this instance both sides of the sea, you well, maybe not instantly win the game, but your lead is enormous. So getting naval priority is super important. Now, it's so crucial that you scout around early on, and that you maybe skip scouting for your second boar and your deer in order to find out what the situation of this map is, because your build order and strategy differ completely whether you are on a island map or a continent map, if you will. And both players have drawn a conclusion that this is a single isle map, so both players will probably adjust their strategy. If you are on isles, of course, you will send more villagers to wood. But we see, actually, Ruud Woltering here committing a lot of villagers to wood. Way too many. Which would be correct if he was on isles, but he is not. We see that B Swift is correctly adjusting and is assigning his villagers to food. So B Swift really getting that economic edge already. Now, what we do see here for B Swift, which is a little bit unfortunate, is that his gold, both his golds, are insanely forward. Oh my god, this is disgusting. If Ruud Woltering sees this, and he thinks about resource denial, he can just force his opponent off his own gold so easily. So easily. Because this is not only awkward because it's forward, it's also awkward because it is in this choke point. And if gold is in a choke point like this, you cannot use it as a wall off. Well, you can, but you'll lose instantly once your opponent comes with archers. If you wall this off and you let your villagers mine this, he can just stand over here and hit your archers for free. So you cannot use this gold as a as a wall off. And you can also not wall it off here, because that will also be too close. You can of course micromanage your villagers to mine off here, but it won't be. It will be very dangerous. Now Be Swift, I think. Oh, I would say recognizes this, but he's building a mill here. If I were Be Swift, I should probably wall off here. It has to be done. If your opponent goes to deny your gold, you're done. You're just done. So super awkward gold placement there for Be Swift. With Watering just as a gold way in the back, doesn't have to worry about that. And what will these players do? It's also a funny situation, because both sides of the sea are blocked off. So if either player starts docking on another side of the map, they will just have free food. And you can't really commit to two sides, I think, because you'll just lose one then. I think you really have to commit to one. And take the risk. That would be my theory. Now, Ruud Woltering doing a fairly forward wall off, but not wrong. The scout of Be Swift, however, did manage to sneak in there, and we do hear the first boats coming over. So Be Swift starting to use his fishing ships in order to gather food, and Ruud Woltering is not. So despite he committed so many villagers to wood, he's not really using that wood. Now Be Swift did switch his villagers to wood, but it's actually using it to build a fisher ship. So I really like the villager assignment way better here for Be Swift. We hear some shenanigans going on. Be Swift probably trying to be annoying, or Woltering trying to kill the scout. Either way, it's looking like Be Swift's trying to be a little bit annoying. We hear a supply block there. Wish you were the Hans now, I guess. The big mistake Be Swift is making here, though, is not using his houses for a wall off, which is so important on this map. Look at your choke point. You want to wall this off ASAP. Ruud Woltering is aggressively minded, and as again, I think his main priority should be denying this gold. But he's not really doing that. Both players not really showing any signs of strategy as of yet, and we'll have to see what both players will do. They're also not Feudal Age yet, which is pretty crucial on maps with a lot of water. The early Feudal Age timing means you can make galleys first, and whoever gets to make galleys first mostly wins the naval battle. But we don't see that happening here. We do see one villager walking forward for Be Swift. What will happen? What will happen with this villager? I will not miss it today. A palisade wall. Okay. I was thinking something else, but we will see Be Swift just walling off his own side and really saying, okay, Ruud Woltering, I will just take every single tile of ground that you're giving me. That's all right. And both players. Oh, Be Swift just turned Feudal Age. And we'll reach that mark probably in the 14th minute. And what will they do? Will they try to get naval priority? And more so for Be Swift and Ruud Woltering, that still did not build a dock, which is so important. So that's a little bit unfortunate here for Ruud Woltering, and I think it's really showing that he is not really having the knowledge about how to play to these maps. We even see that he did not scout his entire side of the island. It's so important to scout these boundaries. There can be shorefish, there can be sheep. It's actually just 13 minutes. You want to scout the shorefish because gathering shorefish with your villagers is super important. An important note, try to avoid gathering shorefish with your boats. It is the slowest form of food gathering in the game. Gathering shorefish with fishing ships is super slow. It's even slower than gathering berries. However, gathering deep sea fish with ships is super fast. It's the fastest way actually to gather food. Gathering shorefish with your villager is way faster than with your ship. So use your villagers to to get the shorefish. It would be a little bit better if he placed his mill more to the side, so that he could make use of these berries and instantly make the same farm to good use and farm these shorefish. But again, we just see Good Watering really missing out on that knowledge and just not gathering the super crucial resources that are just there for the picking. It's a little bit painful to see, to be honest. B-Swift actually walling this side off, not walling that side off. Where's battle going on? We see again B-Swift just being annoying, actually killing off a villager. And if he's not too careful there, he will lose his scout. So he can really get a grip on what his opponent is doing. But on the other side, so can Ruud Watering, and he did scout his dock, but it's taking his loss, I guess. If he sees this dock, I would have been, and I didn't build a dock already, I would have definitely built a dock on the other side and just went for that free fish there. You can probably certainly say that he's not on the other side, and if he is, then build double dock and just go and just dominate him on that side. But we won't see that, and we will see Ruud Watering actually losing a villager and being 200 points behind. Now 200 points is not much. It's not much at all. It's nothing of importance. We see a sheep just standing around there. We see a market. So B-Swift planning on going fast castle, while Ruud Watering is just getting feudal age at minute 17. Insanely late. Insanely late. One of the big reasons is that he's just not using the resources correctly. He started farming so early on that it's just a little bit painful. Now, on terms of matchup, we see the Vikings with the extra HP, but we see the Japanese with extra attack speed. And Japanese are one of those post-imperial civilizations that are so strong because late game your halberdiers attack faster than other halberdiers, and what makes them so much stronger, the damage output is so much higher, and that's why they are so amazing. We actually see the military buildings coming down there for B-Swift, forward buildings, and a militia, and oh no, a tower. We do see a tower. It's a super late tower rush of minute 19. And that will deny this. This wood line. Would have probably been better to place it over here. He does know that the stone and the wood line is a little bit more to the right, but elects not to, and maybe is just doing that because he's going to build more towers. Now he does have 5 villagers on stone, and yes, there we go. More towers are on the way. And we also see a fast castle built for Ruud Watering, but super late again. Super late. What will he do against this? He's locked up in his base. He's not gathering resources from the sea, and he has timings that are super behind, and way too many villagers on farms already. Look, B-Swift is just now starting with farms. So there are so many ways in which B-Swift is just playing better and is just making better decisions. We see Ruud Watering assigning an insane amount of villagers to stone. Maybe he is planning to place a castle in his base once he reaches that castle age, but it's really not looking too good for our red friend here. And is this going to be it already? The walls are being attacked, and because of that tower, Ruud Watering, and it's minute 21, and he hasn't made a single unit. What is happening? And there, the wall will break. He will actually attempt to wall it off here, or will he? You do know that there is a tile open there, right? Oh, he should have started building and walling it off. I thought that was that was what he was going to do. Would have been a super nice move, but he just denied himself his own goals. It's a little bit unfortunate. This all. He only has militia, while his enemy is on castle age units with armor upgrades. So This is looking very bad. 1,000-point deficit. Now that is a difference to talk about in a game like Age of Empires. And in this 4th round for these players, it's looking like B-Swift is going to pick up his win, his 2nd win, I believe. And not a surprise. I think from the get-go, just with the assignment of the first villagers, B-Swift just made the superior decisions. And this is defeat indeed, my friend from the past. Another watchtower will go down, and we just see a slow tower push here. And there's really nothing that Rudotin can do against this. He's actually committing his militia. He should probably do it. Actually baiting these swordsmen. That's a very nice move there. And if you can get... oh no, you really don't have to lose. Yes, don't lose that militia. It's all you have. It's all you have. Keep making militia. Use your units, Rudotin. If there's any moment this game, this is the moment to use your units. Here we will see the watchtower go down. And now he's in even more trouble, because now the farms that Rudotin has around his town center will also be forced to be abandoned, and he's even not farming the farms that are not under attack. He is luckily using the forest here, but he should really try to get the resources that he can, which are very little. But he does have stone here. He knows that. But he's not using it. Now, B-Swift did block off the other gold for Rudotin, but it's not looking good. It's not looking good whatsoever. And this lead will just continue, and the 2nd game will also be over pretty soon, I'm pretty sure. And it does look like it will not be that bad. Would have expected a lot longer games, but well, we still have 4 games to go, so let's see about that. What will Rudotin do? He's still on militia. He's still on militia. He doesn't have the gold to upgrade his units, and he cannot reach any gold. He cannot reach any gold. There is no way to upgrade the units. He does have a market. He can sell his resources. And he probably should, because getting the upgrades is absolutely essential at this stage. But he says, you make me a sad panda, and I get that, because this loss will mean that he's probably not going to get out of this group stage. And I think B-Swift is all but a sad panda, because this will mean that he probably will advance. He says, that was it, GG in Dutch. Rudotin is sad because he knows it will be over for him. B-Swift says, what? He says, you still have a chance to win. Oh, that's... I guess he meant that he meant that in a nice way, but I really doubt that. I really doubt that. I mean, the situation was very dire, and if you take into account that almost every decision that Rudotin made was probably not the correct one, it just wasn't. It was not to be in. This is how we see Rudotin go, probably. He will have one last game, but I believe that is versus Igionic, so he will go out in his in his hardest matchup, probably. But congratulations to B-Swift, who very nicely, I must say, pushed his opponent out of all his resources and really gradually got grip of this game, really using this choke point to his advantage. Really like that strategy there. So congratulations to B-Swift, and we'll have to see where he ends up in the brackets. And we will see probably more of this player. Now, looking at the stats, there's not... I think too much to talk about. We see very small armies for both players, obviously with a tower push. But we see B-Swift really taking a lot of resources. Also really logical when you're just denying all the resources. That was the game for Rudotin and B-Swift, which leaves us already, I must say, with the last game for the Dark Age group, which will be Bjork versus Banana Bread. And this is another beauty, because for these players there's a lot on the line. The loser of this match will not be eliminated, but will have a very hard time. Now, for Banana Bread, probably more so than for Bjorp, Banana Bread will have to face Laser Raptor after this game. So if he loses this one, he will have to beat Laser Raptor, and if he doesn't do that, he's also out. So winning this game is probably more crucial for Banana Bread than Bjorp. It's also important for Bjorp, but Bjorp has to beat B Swift, and we've just seen B Swift play very nicely, but we've also seen him lose versus Ionic and versus Laser Raptor. So and also pretty convincingly. So I think we can somewhat say that he is just a tier below that, with all due respect. But I think that there's a little bit more on the line for Banana Bread than on Bjorp. But despite that, just a really important game for both players, and I'm really excited. And I know for a fact that both players do realize what is on the line. So let's see if that gets reflected in this game. Let me get rid of the fog of war, and let me take you guys to the last game of the Dark Age. It will be Bjorp versus Banana Bread. And we will see an island game. We will see separate games. On the left side, in blue, it is Bjorp playing as the Vikings. Yet again, we will see the Vikings. Not surprising at all. On the right side, in red, we will see Banana Bread playing as the Britons. The Britons versus the Vikings. Both players have picked a very nice civilization for this map. I like the Vikings a little bit more, and I think Bjorp will be very happy to conclude that this is indeed an island map. As I said, it's so important to scout around. Maybe I said maybe skip your first your second boar. You can maybe even skip your first boar for scouting ahead and getting to know if you're on one island or two, because after your 4 villagers on wood, it is time to decide what strategy to go for. And after 6 food, 4 wood, which is the most standard thing to do, it's time to assign villagers to either wood or food according to what map you're on. So you have to know before that time, and that time could very well be before you even have the chance to get your first boar in sight. So it's really important, and I think that Bjorp does know by now. He does see the water here. He should probably not scout this side, but really scout the forward side first and really get that knowledge. Both players not really doing that. That's surprising to me. You really need to know on this map. It's so important what type of map you're playing. These sheep are a little bit trolled there. Luckily for Bjorp, they can be reached, but they're hiding a little bit. Now, another amazing thing I think about Archipelago are these super fun little isles. Sometimes there's nothing on them, but more often than not, there will be resources on there, incentivizing even more to take that naval priority. Now we see an amazing blocked off water side here for Banana Bread with some food in here, so he can just place a dock here. Maybe not the first one, but he can place a dock here and just get this food for free without having to worry about any harassment. That can make so much difference in the game. And we'll have to see if he's actually going to take advantage of that. Now, it's very important to decide where you're going to place your dock. The placement of your dock can literally mean victory or defeat of every game. There are a lot of factors to take into account. The first factor is that you have to place your first dock, where you think that the most fish will be. You only really have wood for one dock very early on in the game without gutting your entire economy. You really want to place a dock on a place that has the most fish. You also have to determine if you're really certain on winning that galley rush, that galley war early on. You have no choice of either doing it, yes or no, but how comfortable you are in that matchup will decide if you're going to place it very forward or somewhat more in the back. Do realize that the more you place it in the back, the farther your opponent has to go with his galleys in order to get to your side and to deny maybe your side of the map. And if you place your dock on the side with the most fish, where your resources are and your fishing ships. So going for an aggressive or a defensive dock positioning is also a very, very important decision to make. Now, another thing you can do is place your first dock somewhat more in the back of the isle, and really taking the defensive option and really getting an economic edge over your opponent. Now, there is one civilization that almost denies everything I just said, and let's see if chat is knowledgeable enough to know what I'm talking about. There is one civ, and I've teased them a little bit already this stream, but there is one civ that just doesn't care about all these, well, not all these factors, but a lot of these factors of placing your dock. Now, both players at the 7-minute mark are electing to go for that wood priority, which is probably not wrong. And we will actually see Banana Bread starting off with this dock in the back, and he doesn't know that it's blocked off. That is a problem. That is a problem. If Bjorp starts building double docks here, and he will, that means he has the advantage. If they reach Feudal Age at the same time, and Bjorp starts making galleys out of here, and he's not failing on his villager production, he will simply win that. He will simply win that. So Banana Bread didn't scout his entire isle. It's so important to scout. If there is, I mean, scouting is super important in this game. But if you have to scout every single tile of your island, it is on Archipelago. For reasons like this. My god, I do love this map. This is the map that really asks a lot of adaptive skills from you. You really have to watch the map and think. You cannot autopilot this, you will lose. You will lose for sure. Unless you are versus someone that's inferior to your epic skill. Now, Banana Bread is now... Where is his scout is just standing here. There's so much to know. Banana Bread, do scout it. Do scout it. This is the game of your life. The game for the group stage. We see Bjorp doing this. It's very important to know what your boundaries are. And we see a third dock coming here. 3 docks is what you want in the Feudal Age. 3 docks is the best amount of docks in the Feudal Age, by almost no exception. And we see Banana Bread now going for his second dock, but really his first dock, so he will be 2 effective docks behind. And can he make up with micro maybe to do this? Games can get super hectic, and more so on Archipelago, because you have to micro a naval battle, which is super micro intensive. You have to make sure your villagers are not idling. You have to make sure your town center is making enough villagers. You have to place your buildings correctly, make buildings correctly, farm correctly, boom. There's so much to do. There's so much to do. The learning curve of Age of Empires 2 is so steep and so high, and that's what makes it such an amazing game. It's 20 years old. I can't stop talking about how amazing this game is to me. And we will see Banana Bread going Feudal Age first, and Bjorp will be a little bit behind. So that does mean that Banana Bread does start earlier. And what is the most important to do in your life right now is start to make galleys. Especially when you know... Oh wait, I had the wrong... He is doing it. Okay, but it was still not completely instantly. He does realize... He still does not realize he's blocked off. For all he knows, he can just make galleys up here. And if he will, it will be so painful. So he is ahead, but only with 1 dock, and he can only make 1 galley, which completely nullifies this bonus, in my opinion. Now, Bjorp will be Feudal Age very soon, and it's crucial that he starts making these galleys right away. He does have the resources to make 2 galleys, almost 3. And we will just have to wait and see. We will see Banana Bread moving already with his galley. Super important. Really looking for an opportunity to do the damage. But Bjorp will be Feudal Age. And this is the time for Bjorp to make use of his docks. Yes, instantly making the galleys. Very good. Instantly 3 galleys out of 3 docks. So I like that. A little bit better from Bjorp there. And if he is smart, he just has to move away these fishing ships and buy himself a little bit more time. Don't let them get killed. Okay, yes, move away. Exactly, that's what I mean. Now get your galleys out and try to snipe off that galley. Banana Bread is still on a single dock. Still on a single dock on the map. That is, he does not know. Wait, you can pass that? I did not know that. Of course you can. It's sure. I just didn't realize. Well, that changes a lot. That changes a lot, but he's still behind. He's still behind. What the? He's still behind. Oh, but it's so important. We've seen Laser Raptor doing it too. You really have to pay attention. You can't click forward like that. It's exactly the same thing with getting your scout killed in a town center. Never in your life click with your scout where you think your enemy town center is, because you will just die. You will not pay attention and you will die. Unless you're a god, you will not do that every single time. But this time, it's also important for the galleys. Never click with the galleys where you think the enemy are. Just click a little bit before that, or maybe a little bit to the side. We see Bjorp here doing it again, missing on at least 2 shots there. Oof. It's so important to get that first shot off. But we will see the micro here for Bjorp being completely superior. Banana Bread doing a little bit of an oopsie daisies and denying his galleys that are already outnumbered there. And I'm still amazed at this. Look at this. How is that real? Now, Banana Bread does realize that he cannot win that fight, and he is docking up all his boats in an attempt to do a counter attack probably. And we see Bjorp here really looking for an in to do some damage. We are 17 minutes into this game, and it's already fighting mode activate. Now we see Bjorp just starting to chip away at those docks. And what I'm a little bit concerned about is the fact that Bjorp doesn't really look for any fishing ships. He doesn't really seem to care about fishing ships, and he didn't see them. Now he is scouting with this galley, and we see Banana Bread losing even more galleys here. Make another dock, my friend. Make another dock, you're behind. Yes, your points ahead. But once your opponent gets complete domination on this sea, you're done. You're done for. You might want to use that galley. Now, Bjorp really has the naval priority here. Greatly outnumbering his opponent now. Banana Bread is waiting his moment here. Oops, that's probably a misclick. A pretty unfortunate one. But what will Bjorp do with his advantage? For now, it seems not enough. It's so important that he's now looking for the fishing ship of his opponent. He must know that his opponent has fishing ship. Who in his right mind doesn't go fishing ship in this map? But he doesn't. He's really getting distracted by a single galley, and now realizing that this is not worth his time. There's so much to do: docks to deny, fishing ships to kill, maybe shores to patrol. Because if there's one thing you really want to avoid right now is getting landed, getting built on your own island, and really capturing some part of your opponent's base. A really common strategy also in Archipelago. Just start to build camps in the base of your opponent. Here we see Bjorp using his galleys to get it. Oh, and he's undocking. He's undocking. It's 4 against 1,000,000. Don't. Yes, run, Forrest, run. Don't undock yet, my friend. Don't undock yet. And Banana Bread, he's not making. It seems he's not really. no, he's supply blocked. I was counting how long it would take for a new galley to... Oh no, oh, here we see it, boys. Here we go. We see the transport ships going down. We will see transport ships for Banana Bread, so he has some shenanigans in mind. Now, Bjorb does have naval priority, but he is not really using it to the greatest extent, not really watching over his own shores, and really giving Banana Bread opportunity here. Now, I really did like that for Banana Bread. He did build that trade cog that isn't completely useless, but he made use of it by making it tank the damage. It was a very good use, very good turn of events, and making the best of a mistake. That's really nice. Now, will it make a difference? We will have to see. Banana Bread is still super behind, and now we also see that the points are going up for Bjorb, but he still did not kill a single fishing ship, and he didn't see one, and he also did not see Banana Bread making an attempt to make fishing ship. That should be red alert all around. Here we see the transport ship going down, and probably some villagers and an archer, so it seems, to the side of Bjorn. Now, will he spot this? He does have a lot of galleys, so chances are that he will. But for now, he's just killing the docks. He's killing the docks, and he's scouting this forward side in an attempt to deny his opponent from any docks. Now, he did scout this side, and I think now he's looking forward. Will he see this? Come on, just a little bit forward, and you will see the fishing ships, and you will get that lead. You will get the lead that you deserve. Oh, here we go. Oh, as if he knew. Now the fishing ship will go down. Now Bjorn will draw the conclusion that this all sounds a little bit fishy. But we will see him now going here. Does Bjorn know he can go there? It doesn't matter. His ship will just say, we can just go over that sand. It doesn't matter. But Banana Bread will reach Castle Age first. Now, is he a smart man? And is he going to know that the War Galley upgrade is crucial to his life? He does not. Make that War Galley upgrade. Upgrade your ships and win like we saw another player win. I won't spoil it for people who didn't see that game, but we may see it here. And now Bjorn will realize that there are fishing ships there. And did he kill them all? He killed them all. Banana Bread did not move him away. So we will see all the fishing ships die here for Banana Bread. And we will also see that he commits to this 2v4 fight. And we also lose the galleys over here. So Bjork really taking control over this side of the map. He did not destroy the dock, and very nice castle placement there from Banana Bread that elects to get his dock safe, and this will remove any possibility for Bjork to destroy his docks anytime soon. And what will Bjork do with this advantage? He does have the +1 damage galleys, and they can destroy a dock fairly fast, which we can see here. Bjork will be Castle Age, and we, unfortunately for Banana Bread, did not see him upgrade for War Galleys. In fact, he's committing his resources to more galleys. Now, is Bjork doing the same? Is Bjork doing the same? And my second question is, did I really miss that drop from Banana Bread, or did I what? What happened, guys? Am I sleeping again? Oh no. Both players are going to try to land. Bjork is coming to the conclusion that this is over, and he really shoots. Oh, he's trying to pick up that galley and then moving away. Maybe that's worth it. He did destroy that dock, and if he's cautious enough, he will spot this transport ship. Maybe also something to destroy. Also, spotting these transport ships should put you on high alert, and maybe even make you commit to maybe place some outposts on your side of the aisle. Place outposts on your side. He will destroy the transport ship. Oh, both transport ships will go down for Banana Bread, so no opportunity for Banana Bread to really get that landing on, and this will notify Bjork that his opponent is trying to do things with landings of sorts, and I'm hoping for him that he will do something about this in a preventive manner. Will he wall it off? Will he maybe wall off his entire map, which is maybe a little bit tedious, or place place outposts, make your ships patrol. There are a lot of ways to prevent your enemy from landing, but not one really being made. I think Bjorp kind of knows that his opponent is low on dock rate right now, and he's also controlling this side of the sea so much. So I think Bjorp is feeling very safe, and I'm now looking for the yes, there we go, the transfer ship with 3 villagers, and he will board. He will board, and Banana Bread has absolutely no clue. He has no outposts. He has nothing patrolled because he has no control over the sea anymore. And we will see Bjorp getting on that land. We are 29 minutes in this game, and the game is super close, and we will see the first landing. Most often a switch in gaming pace where land priority and naval priority really start to merge, and we will see Bjorp here starting off with a barracks. We will start off with a barracks that Banana Bread does not know about. Oh no! Oh no, this is such a shame. So much more for Bjorp than for Banana Bread, because this could have been prevented. But oh, he's only sending crossbowmen. He's not sending villagers. Oh my god, that could be game. If Bjorp knows this, gets to defend this, he has no production units here, but will he be fine? I don't know. Oh my god, there are a lot of crossbowmen, but if he kills a crossbowman and he gets to build an entire camp in his opponent's base, that's just game. Why didn't he bring any villagers? Oh, okay, we have to see. He really has to do some damage with these crossbows in order to really get the damage off. And there the first villager will go, second villager will go. We see here 10 or more crossbows just one-shotting these villagers. 3 villagers die, and now Bjorn realizes that he has been boarded. And what will he do? Because he does not have a production building. Now, a crucial thing to do here is to place your production building not there. That's exactly what I meant. You want to place your production building in a place that your opponent will not spot, because this is where he will go. He's going to look for your gold, he's going to look for your wood, and he will find this archery range, or this stable rather, and he will deny it. He should have built it way in the back. Yes, you need a long time to get there, but you will get to finish that range, or maybe build it here next to your town center where you can defend it and even get your units there faster. This is why building placement is so important. It's so immensely important. And now these crossbows will continue on firing and do so much damage to Bjorp, so he did have the control, but let's not forget that he is also on the side of his enemy, and Banana Bread still doesn't know. He has no idea. He's building his town centers. Luckily for him, on the right side, he will be able to defend this. But this will be this game. This game is starting to get a little bit crazy, guys. Bjorp does have naval priority, but lost that control over his own base. And where are the production buildings? Will just be it. He lost so many villagers. Oh no. Oh no, all that work just being denied now. And we do see a slow build-up from the knights. So what will these knights, what will they be able to do? This castle will deny him from denying the docks. These villagers have to walk a long way. And it's a ghost town here. It's a ghost town for Bjorp. Banana Bread is on 100 population and Bjorp is on 56 population. Oh no, is this how he dies? Is this how he dies after 34 minutes of close gaming? Is this how the game will end? Now he will commit his knights to this fight. He did get the +2/+2 upgrades, which gets them to be very sturdy against these town centers, and we will have to see how much damage he has to do, but this is what I mean. The villagers have a lot of opportunities to actually get to safety, and I don't think that these knights will do the damage that they need to do, especially because Banana Bread has so many Britain crossbows with the range, and he can make so many so fast with these faster archery ranges. And my hat off to Banana Bread, who really saw a way to turn this game around. It was really looking grim for him, losing that naval battle so hard, but he's just outplaying Bjorpian now with this with this drop that despite not bringing the villagers, the damage he's done with his crossbow is absolutely insane. Now he will commit the knights to this, and you shouldn't probably do that, my friend. Your opponent has Briton crossbowmen and a lot of them, and they will just get executed by these knights. And with killing these knights, your element of surprise and your strength on this island is gone. Now he will make a castle here, which will also protect these villagers. He should probably make a castle right over here. He has the zone of control with his town center, and he does know that his opponent probably doesn't have too much over here. He also knows that his opponent is bleeding to death in his own base, and a pile of dead villagers is stacked up inside of his town. It's Death Valley over here. Now Bjorn's electing to build a church and get himself some gold, while his villagers are getting shot by multiple crossbow bolts at a time. Maybe, well, I mean, I guess he has the resources, but getting these crossbowmen out of your city is something you probably want. And that will happen. And now we will see peace being returned to the side of Bjorp's island. And this is a little bit unfortunate for Banana Bread, because if you just brought even one villager, he had so much control over this side, he could have had 10 buildings over here already, but he didn't. So that's a little bit, that's the big mistake there that he made. And now what will Bjorp do? This castle will completely execute these knights, and if we compare the damage done to both sides, I think Banana Bread won by a long shot, but he's not really getting rid of the buildings. Does he know? Maybe he didn't even know. Maybe he just thought his enemy did the same and just only got the knights on the island. But no, he's building buildings, and now he sees his castle probably. Will he do something about it in time? It doesn't seem like he really knows. It doesn't seem like he knows. Here comes wave 2. We see crossbowmen and a ram, and again he's not sending any villagers. So he's now seeing that his opponent is building units in his base, but 1+1 is a bit too hard for Banana Bread. So it seems today he will just get on that island with his army, which will be a big island, and we see Bjorp not really attempting to prevent this from happening again, which is a little bit unfortunate, because, well, you did manage to get yourself back into this game, but you really have to prevent this from happening again, and at this rate it won't. Now Banana Bread will try stopping this castle, will probably kill all these villagers, but there are galleys here from Bjorp helping him out, and what will Banana Bread do now? Sending the crossbowmen in, and this castle will get done just in time. And now Banana Bread has to run for his life and will actually get denied all of these resources. But on the other side, the crossbowmen are shooting away, and my oh my, what a game to watch! What an absolute beauty of a game. And we just see counter landings again. Round 2 is on, and a lot of villagers from Bjorp dying here. Not walling off, not belling his villagers, and he is just not making the units to prevent it. So again, he will probably lose so much of his economy for no reason whatsoever. And now this ram will start hacking away at that town center. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bjork does get the opportunity to get a shot on that town center, but he should probably also get started with his own siege equipment and start getting some damage, doing some damage to these buildings. Because again, Banana Bread is doing so much more damage. Again, I said it. Both players need this game in order to really get that advancement to the next stage, and they're both fighting for their lives here. 42 minutes, and this game is well, maybe over here if Bjork really doesn't do anything about it. He does know the crossbowmen are here. He is not reacting. Will all these villagers die for nothing? Here, these knights are absolutely chanceless. They will die with a little bit more micro from Banana Bread's side, and we will see it here. Look at the damage being done, and he's not building any more knights. So that's that, I guess. Now he will do a lot of damage. I guess, as I said before, guys, there's so much to do. These guys are at 500 APM. I'm so sure of it. The sweat is on their foreheads. It cannot be any different than that. And here we see Banana Bread's crossbow archers just shooting away. It's just execution day over here. But the transport ship will go, and despite Bjork still having a quote-unquote off naval priority, not using his galleys to actually get rid of the most painful thing in his life. Please do tell me you're going to wall it off now. You lost a town center and more than 40 villagers over this. You need to wall it off. Now the ram will die. And the second wave for Banana Bread will go down, but it did so much damage. It did so much damage. Despite not bringing the villagers, it did 10 times more damage. Now we see mangonels here for Banana Bread, which I think is an odd choice when you're facing a castle. We all know castles mostly outrange siege equipment and also completely annihilates it. Now Banana Bread making use of that, well, as we know now, not closed off bit, but really of the back side of this island. That's an insane advantage Banana Bread here. The Bjork has no opportunity to make some defensive harbors. Maybe over here, but having it all the way around is always a little bit better. And will this town center fall? I think it will, but again, this is not the damage that Bjork's really looking for. And somehow, Bjork is only 500 points behind. But the Britons never saw so much death. I think the big fire in London was nothing compared to this massacre over here. And here we see now a counter castle being built. Now, this is absolutely crucial that Bjork sees this, and yeah, of course this mangonel will die. I'm not really sure what Banana Bread's plan with this mangonel was there. There was nothing else that was going to happen there probably. Now these units are probably a bit more effective, but he has to watch out that he will not completely run them into that castle. It is 46 minutes in. The score is completely even. Amazing game. And here round 2, landing operation D-Day. Oh no, he's going to take the resources. So finally Bjork will make use of his power on the sea and will get these resources. Nice move there, and he will most certainly need that resource there. Now, I think at this stage it's really at the point where both players need to get Imperial Age really fast, because this castle standoff can really only end with one player getting trebuchets first, in my opinion, and we will have to see who manages to get there first. We see Bjork close to having these resources, however his opponent does too. It's really a goal problem here and really choosing what to prioritize, but in my opinion it's really about the Imperial Age timings now. Bjork could have been like 3,000 resources ahead, but we have seen the massacre, the crossbow execution. My Jesus Christ, that was so painful to watch. My eyes. What an intense game. I was so hyped for the Archipelago games, and my god, do they deliver. I'm hoping you're as hyped as I am, because these games are completely amazing. I think all games so far were pretty unsuspected, and well, I did suspect games to be close today, but this is closer than I thought, and I cannot tell you where this is going to end. I have my suspicions that once Banana Bread is able to push Bjork off of this side of the island, it will be over. Because Banana Bread also slowly tries to recover and gains recovery over this side of the map, that is the water side. We see he finally threw some fire galleys rather in the mix, and is now starting to really chip away on the last of what was once the mighty fleet of Bjork. Again, people, what a game to watch. And if you're just watching this and if you're not sure what's going on, this is the Titans League tournament. The tournament on Twitch that offers casual players to get competitive and get their games casted. If you haven't done so already, please follow my stream. It would help me out a lot. I will stop selling myself out now because there's so much to talk about here. We see Banana Bread using his galleys to get that push going, and Bjorp realizing that this is really not something that he wants to happen. If he loses naval control, this is just something else that he really needs to get hold of. And what will happen here, my guys? What will happen here, my friends? Look at this. The galleys will return, but I think Banana Bread is feeling a little bit more comfortable here. Really now committing his fire galley production to that side of the sea. But now we will see. Yes. I'm brain farting. Finally, Banana Bread knew the answer. 1 + 1 with a villager is definitely more than 2. And he got a villager on that owl. And now the villager will get absolutely destroyed by that galley. But there is another villager there. And he built a super strong archery range from the Britons here. Hopefully he will build some more. And please, Bjork, please start preventing these landings from happening. I beg you. Both players not Imperial Age, and both players not really getting there. Although Bjork really getting close resource-wise, it wouldn't be a mistake for Banana Bread to actually sell his resources and go to the Imperial Age. Because, as I said, if he gets rid of this, and if he destroys now what is now the last of Bjork's navy, this game is won. This is a won game. That's what my brain is thinking right now. There's so much going on here, and I think that the early stages for Bjork were so well played, but the execution of Banana Bread is just in some ways a little bit better, and we'll see that really paying off here. And in great ways, we see Banana Bread thinking just one more step ahead every time, and here we see that Banana Bread slowly regains this game, now a 600-point lead. Nothing to write home about whatsoever, but this will surely increase. Now the Knights will again attempt to get some damage in, but there are just spikes there waiting for them, and if you're not paying attention, the Knights will just start attacking, and he will again probably lose this army, or at least do a lot of damage. You really don't want to fight that. Yes, fine, you got to kill the pikes, but there come the new pikes, and you gave your opponent all the time in the world to commit that, so the pressure is starting to crack, and the major mistakes are starting to show, and it is now Banana Bread who takes matters into his own hands, and nothing to write home about is an English saying, my good friend. I'm sorry to tell you. But with that out of the way, we see the galleys now destroying these docks, and they will destroy everything that's coming out. You're not really sticking to the base strategy of keeping your ships into the dock and then moving at once. But at this point, I think it's of no use. Here we want to see. Well, he has the docks here, but we really want to see a castle on his own base and get some foothold on his own ground. But he's just not doing it. He's been attacked on land over and over, and he's just not adapting to it. And as I said in the beginning of this game, adaptability is prio number 1 on a game like Archipelago. Again, we see the Knights, but we've seen the pikemen from Banana Bread. So again, Bjork is just not adapting to what his opponent is throwing at him. He keeps making the units that his opponent is completely countering. And it's starting to make him pay more and more. We're an hour into this game, and it seems like Bjork is slowly losing control. With an immense with an enhanced navy there for Banana Bread. And what is a shame is that he does not see his opponent attempting to regain it, and that should be a big red flag and really an invite for you to start scouting. You can definitely send away 3 to 4 ships, maybe more, and just really patrol that shore of your enemy and make sure that he's not making sneak docks, or 4 sneak docks if you will, and really start rebuilding that navy, because keeping that naval control, remaining that naval control right now is really important. And who does not remember the medieval times where archers were just shooting at the stone walls of their enemies, both building castles in range and really going at it with their arrows. What an epic battle! It's the earliest stages of a tower defense. And this villager is still chilling here, so Bjorp is not even getting rid of the villagers that are literally standing in his base. And now Banana Bread will have naval priority, and he will be the first player to go to be able to build trebuchets. Now, will he make use of this advantage? Nope, he's just chilling. He's just chilling. He's building a market, so he did not have a market. And probably maybe to sell his food there. And Bjorp's going to run around with these knights and just get shot by this castle. And it's not looking good for our Viking friend that had his 2 hardest matchups probably in the early stages of this tournament, and is now looking maybe to take a game or 2 away from the players that already have, like Banana Bread, that we've seen struggle in moments of pressure. But I think we can say that he's really retaken himself and shows that in a high stakes game with a lot going on, that he can manage himself. He is attacking with his army. He is trying to defend this, and he's also, well, he's doing sweet fuck all with that villager, but I'm just praising him, guys. Let me be nice to the man. He's not really killing these villagers, which is also a shame. Let's be a little bit critical of this man, but I think he's doing really well after everything considered. Now there, this first trap will go. Bjorp did reach Imperial Age 2, and if I were Bjorp, no, Berserkers. Let me drink water. I'm surprised. Bjorp, there is a castle in your face. Everything that's going to get out of the castle besides trebuchets will just have 5 arrows in the face and 2 in the ass. Now please make a trebuchet and get rid of that castle. Now the trebuchet will start firing, and there are no villagers left for Bjorp, so this will die. He has no way of defending this. There are pikemen, longbowmen, crossbowmen, tow centers, all kinds of things available to Banana Bread to defend his trebuchet, and this will mean the end for the castle of Bjorp. And if he had made a trebuchet, he would have had a chance to defend this, but he just did not make the correct unit, and now trouble's really on for our Viking friend, because he now, well, I would have said lost his naval priority, but we now see that he has built a reasonable navy, and we will have to see if he's using it to his advantage. And Banana Bread will just start to chip away at these barracks. I'm slowing my pace down a little bit because my head is like a tomato at this point. We are an hour into this game, only a 600 point difference, and while it's slowly going into Banana Bread's side, and he has been the better player in my eyes for the, I'd say, the last 30 minutes of this game, it's nowhere near over, and Bjorp now elected to place a castle somewhat next to his docks and to the town, but nowhere near the place where he has been landed 3 times already, and now we will see him move these ships to his side of the island. But what will he do with it? Because this trebuchet has all the room and space to get himself in a position where he can just fire away at his stables without much resistance. The last 2 buildings will fall, and well, Oh, there is a villager there. There is a villager there, but he's just not making the. He's just not making the buildings. It really does seem everything points towards the pressure and the amount of things that have to be done. Really taking a toll on Bjorp's ability to make the right place and the place necessary. Now the trebuchet will actually go down. That was not necessary whatsoever, but that will buy Bjorp some time. But again, I'm asking you for what? Because these tables will not be able to do much. There are a lot of villagers here actually, and they're all not doing anything. Or did they just... I think they just arrived from that transport ship. I think they just arrived from that transport ship. And now he will build a new castle. He just destroyed the trebuchet, so will this be the retaking of this side of the island? The battle there has been going on for quite some time, and that side of the isle has almost been as long as for as short as Banana Bread has been on his own side of the isle, and my god, what a game. My god, what a game. Dwelling count is starting to be a factor right now, and looking for the monastery of Banana Bread, if there is any. Oh, there he is. He doesn't have any relics. There is one relic on his isle. Is there a second? There has to be. Oh, there's the second one. And there's the third one. Ooh, that's a little bit awkward. But that castle will probably get finished, and then we will have to see if Bjorp finally makes the correct call and gets a trap out fast enough. Banana Bread doesn't really seem to realize that is a priority unit right now. Just get that trebuchet, and you have the naval power to actually stop your opponent from doing this. But the castle will go down, and what will Bjorp do with this? And with only the my head is exploding, my brain is exploding. I was trying to say, besides the zone of control that you're getting, of course, is there something else that he will do with this? Oh my, oh my, oh my. What a game. This is exactly the kind of game that I was hoping for, and this is exactly the kind of game that is showing us that Archipelago is an absolutely amazing map, in my opinion, and makes for some amazing games, and probably is going to take this stream to the late hours. So rip my sleeping schedule, I suppose. Now there the Siege Workshop goes. Here are the correct buildings to make in this instance. The only thing that's really missing here is a trebuchet, and there we go. Bjorp now adjusting his strategy and should really try to make some more galleys and defend his side of the map. Now Bjorp did also lose this resource out, just simply going to the other one and getting himself some stone, which is really nice. The extra stone thing can be a game winner here. Now, Banana Bread is chipping away at these siege equipment. And does he have the ability to actually... a full hit on that trebuchet. He is targeting the trebuchet, and Bjorp really has to move it away or he will lose it. He will not kill it in time. He will definitely not kill it in time. Oh, that misses. That's insane. Now, that's where the Huns will come in handy. Will he move it away? Oh! Oh my god! Unlucky, Rubber Ducky. What will happen next? What will happen next? He has a trebuchet in his castle there, but he's not really using it, and he's just having his galleys that are so much so needed right now, so necessary. And there's still a villager there, and she's just trying out the water, just tiptoeing it in there. Having a bath, not doing anything really. She's been here for a long time, and we will probably maybe see her build something. But it's so surprising that Bjorp still didn't make any attempt to cleanse his isle. And again, the castle for Bjorp will slowly get killed, and he's not really making any attempt to regain his control here. And will this be the second castle that will go down? Without any reason for that, really. Banana Bread's not really attempting to repair this castle. Just so the moment he just whips out his trebuchet and starts just getting shots in one at a time, really do something. He can really do something with that. But it seems he's not really doing that. So what is he doing then? What is he doing then? What are Bjorn's plans? Now it does seem that he is really committing to these knights, to these cavaliers rather, which is a little bit of an odd pick since he is the Vikings and he has strong naval units and strong military. Military, sorry, in the form of infantry. Viking cavaliers are not all that special, so really don't understand why he's using his strengths here. And now Banana Bread has seen the damage that was done to his castle, and this castle will surely go down there for Bjorp, and with that every building and every villager on this island, and with that, for the first time in a long time, Banana Bread will get control over his own isle, and both players, for the first time in what is almost been an hour, will have their own islands back. It is also indeed surprising that there are no cannon galleons in there, and I think one of these ships can make a cannon galleon. Is it let's check real fast. I do think it's the Vikings. The Vikings can make cannon galleons, yes. Then I think the Britons cannot. No, the Britons cannot make cannon galleons. I knew it was one of these two. Britons cannot make cannon galleons, which is a big letdown. And I was just trying to wanted to comment on that. Well, the cannon galleons were a big importance in this game and could have really given Bjorn the advantage, but also not really. Having said that, getting cannon galleons at this stage in this situation would have been a big mistake, because he didn't have the naval priority and the power to do it, and losing your cannon galleons without reason is really a bad thing to do. So I think he's correct for not making them right now, but when he had the chance, he probably should have done it, and he should really try to regain that naval control, because that's what this game is all about. If you cannot control the sea, then you're really just in the hands of your opponent. But yeah, just the buildings, the units that the Vikings can make are just not being used. That's true. That's definitely true. But in my opinion, by no way, shape or form the reason why this game is going so poorly. The units haven't really changed anything, because it's not about the units, and it's not really about the micro that's going awry here. It's about the decisions that are being made. That's what's really the problem. And now we see, in a long time, a real naval battle, and who will really do it? We see both players not really microing anything. Now we see Banana Bread moving away, but really at an awkward timing, and it's so important to get your galleys and split them up in two groups probably, and just one-shot two galleys at a time. Just 5,000 APM is required. Now the group is so slow, you should probably click them all at once. Identify what galley your opponent is targeting and move it away to deny the shots of your opponent. There are so many little things you have to do in these galley micro battles to actually be effective, but both players won't really do it, and in this time it will be in favor of Banana Bread. It will just win the numbers game. Such a shame, because if either player just did single attempt at micro, this would have been different. But Banana Bread is also saying, don't mind me, I'm going to just get some more units on your island. And let's see if Bjork is going to react to it this time. Are there again no villagers in there? Where's the villager? Oh, the villager died. What a shame. The villager died indeed. And now, somehow, Banana Bread just lost this. Somehow there was no micro being had. But it doesn't matter, because both players don't really have the ships anymore. And Banana Bread's just having a good time and getting his ships where he wants to. At the side of his enemy's island. barracks going down for Banana Bread at the only real position of the map where Bjorp has a chance of landing. All the other spots are really in sight of Banana Bread and cannot really be landed without having the element of surprise. Now we see aggressive movement again from the naval, or navy is maybe a big word, but partially the navy of Bjorp. And again, despite all these, boats, I'm reading chat. I cannot make comments and read chat at first. The attack speed bonus is for the Saracens. The Vikings have cheaper ships. That's the cheaper docks and the cheaper ships. That's the Viking bonus. And there we see I think the 4th or 5th landing. And now we will see the Cavaliers from Bjorp coming in handy, but that is a very expensive way of defending your island in a battle that's really hard on your economy. Now, having said that, both players are rich as hell. They are EA making another micro transaction focused game, just getting the loot boxes in there and making all kinds of Cavaliers and still having all the money in the world. And is Bjorp going to retake this naval, the naval priority? We are 1 hour and 22 minutes in this game, and it's so close. Both players have had an edge, and they're even in points after 1 hour and 22 minutes. These players, this is such a close game. This is even closer than last week's Centurio versus Lord Science. That was the close, have-to-watch game from that day. And today, if it gets better than this, I'm going absolutely nuts. My stem will be completely to shit. But I will be a very happy man, because this is exactly what we want to see. This is why we're having these tournaments. This is why we are watching Age of Empires. Two people absolutely battling it out against each other and really attempting to get that one crucial point that they both so much need. We see another ship full of colonists, brave colonists of Bjorp, finding land. And judging from the direction, he will probably attempt to board that gold island. And I'm hoping that is not the case, because they will be faced with insanely big ballista arrows and also fire. And it's really hard to mine gold when your arms are on fire. So I'm hoping that is something that Bjorp knows, and he will adjust accordingly. Hopefully. Meanwhile, we see some fire ships just taking damage for no reason whatsoever. Some pathing going a bit lol, and we see a monk just enjoying the view of the darkness. Oh, and now realizing that it's probably a good time to get that free gold in. And now we will see how good villagers fare against ballista shots and fire. First, Banana Bread has to really get rid of the nuisance that is the navy of Bjorp. And again, where is the micro, I'm asking you? Really have to target that. And he's targeting the galleys. You should probably target these fire galleys. Fire galleys in this stage of the game can be a little bit awkward, because you can really out-micro them. Fire galleys have more damage in theory, but are so much weaker if your opponent's paying attention. Luckily for Banana Bread, that's not something that Bjorp has high on his list at this point. And now his buildings will be on fire. Now Bjorp's going to try to defend this gold, and this is really the pressure point as of now. But meanwhile, oh no, they will not. They will not do that. Here we also see that Banana's units are very allergic to ballista arrows. Did I say my stem? Yeah, I meant my stem cells. But this game's so amazing that my actual stem cells are going to shit. But I of course meant my voice. when I'm losing concentration, I'm slowly starting to talk Dutch again. I'm very aware of this issue. But here we will see the fire galleys just doing what they are good at, absolutely destroying galleys that are not being microed. That's where they shine. There they will go, and once again he will really lose control of this side of the map, and his villagers, as I said, will be on fire and being unable to mine any resources. And here also the watchtower will probably go, or not. I mean, why get rid of that? There are a lot of things to do, and what will be? Oh, we're having a little party over here. It's certainly cozy up in there, but that has to be 40 plus villagers being idle, and this is something that's also unique to, well, not unique, but really, this is pretty unique to maps like this, because not only will there be a faster post-Imperial Age battle that involve a lot of trash units, it's also a post-Imperial game where absolutely everything is gone but farms. The trees on this map are very close to being completely gone, and then the only resource in the entire game is food. In a 1v1 game it is food, and you have to sell all your food in order to build anything. The only thing you can build then is light cavalry and hussar. And it's slowly starting to get to that point. Both players do, however, have some stone and somehow still have some gold left after 1 hour and 30 minutes into this incredible game. But we now see that Bjork again is losing his navy, and is maybe not aware that micro is what it's all about in naval battles in Age of Empires 2. And will this be it? He's only 1,000 points behind. He has been behind more. We have seen these players lose the entire sea time and time again. So it won't really mean anything judging from this game, actually. But we will have to see what Banana Bread will do as a follow-up strategy when regaining this sea battle, because we've seen from both sides players struggling to really get that naval priority to get any effect out of it. And another thing I really want to comment on is how these players are have just stopped making fishing ships. Bjorb has some here in this bay, but the food is really what you want to gather right now, because as I've said, it's slowly getting to a point where every resource on the map is just getting depleted, and you really want to stock up on these resources as much as you can. Please reset your lumber camp. And here we see the fastest castle being built. Pound with these hammers on the ground. Pound harder, and then there the castle will go. Yes, I have a new soundboard. And now the villagers will just watch the glorious creation. We could mine resources that are absolutely crucial at this point, or it could just do absolutely nothing. Now, again, the fire galleys will be very effective. I think Banana Bread really did a nice job with adjusting that there. And now we will, however, see Bjork somewhat more clicking the boats and downing these ships faster. And he will also draw the conclusion that cavaliers do very little damage to ships. Unfortunately, they do not have the... this ship is, by the way, this is completely... I do not know what this is. Are cheats on? How much wood does Banana Bread have? A lot. A lot of wood. Yeah, he has a lot of wood. In fact, both players have an insane amount of resources. An insane amount. And both players are not capped. Well, Banana Bread is close to being capped. So, using your resources and making units. I've said it so many times. And I'm so surprised I have to keep telling people. Making units is an important thing in this game. And I am just I'm just speechless at the blatant hacks that Bjorp is obviously using here. I think the amount of cheating players in this tournament is getting a little bit out of hand, and it really seems like the tournament organization really needs to start punishing these players for doing things like this. Here we see Bjorp with another attempt to get an edge on this map. And will this be the time? Will this be the time that he wins on land? It is 1 hour and 35 minutes into this game. We will see land numero 10. And how will this one turn out? We will have to see. The landing well done, and all the Cavaliers, all the units that he had in his base for so long will finally enter. But what will happen? Because he will very soon find out that Banana Bread has an army with a banner, and the banner is saying the counter. Now Banana Bread will lose these relics. And what more will he... there comes Lord Counter with his Bannerman. And we will have to see how hard he will counter these Cavaliers. I can tell you how painful this is going to be. Bjorp will lose his entire army, and this is the point where he will lose the naval priority, and this will also be the point that he will lose the only thing that he really had was a strong army. But I think the biggest critique you can give Bjorp is that he knew all this time that his opponent knew he was making horses, and he saw the stacking of these, what first were pikemen, but he just elected to go all in with these Cavaliers. Was he just out of options? Was he desperate? He's just committing everything to this. And now Bjorp will lose everything. He has lost naval priority. He has lost land priority. He has nothing on his own island to defend himself with. And if he loses the next naval battle, this game will be over. Heavy demolition ship for Banana Bread. Will he be able to use them in the correct manner? This will be all. Oh no, doesn't he see it? Doesn't he see it? Will he stop him? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, these demolition ships really did not do the damage that they should have. And this is probably the deciding naval battle. What will happen? So many shots getting shot by Banana Bread, and he's really finding the damage there, and Bjorp finding the angle to hit these galleys and these fire ships, trying to find an angle, trying to get the return damage, dodging the damage, really trying to avoid as much damage as he can. But is it enough? The numbers of Banana Bread are growing and growing. 1 hour and 39 minutes into the game, and everything is still to be decided. If Bjorp keeps making these cheaper boats and starts really focusing on that naval micro, it can still be won. The person that gets naval control gets a win. And let's not forget that once that post-imperial phase of the game starts and the Vikings can make the cheaper units, the cheaper ships that are so important when you have to sell all your resources, that's when they really shine. But Banana Bread's happily taking the gold, and in that regard there's a little bit of an advantage there in the way the island is shaped and the way he placed his docks. The gold is gone, and is he still making Cavaliers? You know your opponent has an ass ton of Halberdiers. Stop making the units that will be useless. And now he's trying to do the damage and chip away at this the naval of the navy of Banana Bread. And will he commit to this fight? I think he needs a little bit more time. And he needs vision over his entire island. Now the game has been going on for so long that both players have control vision over every corner of the map. So surprise landings are not really something that should happen, and a landing should actually only be able to get stopped if your opponent has no boats whatsoever. But here we will see another fight. Is this then the fight that will decide it all? A lot of boats will die. The fire ships will do so much damage because Bjorp is just not moving the galleys that are getting away. And here all the fire galleys will deal the damage. Look at all the damage that's being done. The fire galleys of Bjorp will get absolutely obliterated. Oh my god, 4, 3, 2 galleys. Is this game, after 1 hour and 42 minutes, is this game the last warship of Bjorp will go down, and this will spell the end of probably any chance for Banana Bread to get, or for Bjorp rather, to get any control over the sea. The funny thing is that Banana Bread must know that the docks are over here, and he just never scouted it, so not really bothering with destroying his enemy's docks. But is this just going to be another wait for a naval battle? What is Banana's strategy? Again, it's really crucial that there's some follow-up to this, because winning the naval battle is nice, but you have to kill your opponent now. You cannot really starve him. That's not the phase of the game to really go over to that strategy. Now Banana Bread will go to this safe bay, the last safe haven for Bjorp. And there are so many boats that they are even capable, when done right, to take down that castle. But he will probably go for these docks if he has the opportunity to. And what is Bjorp going to do? What is he going to do? He cannot use these transport ships anymore. The only entrance to his opponent isle is his opponent island is completely blocked off. What an amazing game. I cannot believe this. 1 hour and 44 minutes. It's 9 o'clock. I'm very lucky that the first 2 games of this Dark Age group were somewhat faster, because otherwise I would have just been completely dead. My stem would have been completely gone. Kappa. And again, what will Banana Bread do? I think it's really important to note that Banana Bread really appreciates the works that his monks are doing, and really gives them the time to recuperate after walking all the way to these relics, and really minimizing the time that he gets the gold. It's absolutely flabbergasting, to say the least, that after so much struggle, after such a game, that Banana Bread's not really doing anything with his naval priority. Starving your opponent is not really an option yet. There are resources on the map, and if you think a little bit, you should know that your opponent has just a million resources in the bank, judging from how many units he's just getting out of these docks still. And Bjorp is still prioritizing cavalry. Prioritizing cavalry while there are no bonus for the cavalry, and while he knows his opponent has a gazillion super counters to that unit. So it's I think it's been going on for so long, and he's so exhausted that thinking about unit counters is something that just went away. And that's not strange. This game must have been exhausting. This is one of these games, if I have one of these games that takes so long that I have a headache after this one. I really have to take a break. And I'm really curious to see that in the later stages of this tournament, when the best of 3 starts to happen in the semi-finals and finals, if we have one of these games, maybe the first game, how will the players cope with that in the second game? That will be interesting. It will be interesting to see. But luckily for these players, they only have to play one game, and they can just chill after this one. One of these players will get the so important win that will help them so much further into advancing to that next stage, and they are fighting for their lives. We were expecting a close game in this group, and the close game was delivered. It was Bjorp versus Banana Bread. 1 hour and 48 minutes. I keep repeating the time. After such a long time, there is only 1,000 point difference. And Again, I cannot tell you who's going to win. Yes, Banana Bread has a strong lead, a very strong lead. But we've seen again and again this game that it's just going back and forth. So, can you really say that Banana Bread's going to win this? It certainly is looking good for him, but he needs to start doing exactly this. He has made the villagers, and Bjorp supposedly has seen this, but some very nice movement here from Banana Bread, recognizing where the army of Bjorp is and quickly finishing off this wall. He did start this gate and he cannot get to this side. Now if he walls off this side too, he will have a little bit of this army. And Bjork just simply did not make ranged units. He has some skirmishers, but that's nearly not enough to deal with this, especially when there are so many galleys over here, and getting your units to the other side will also not help because they would just be on fire. And horses are very allergic to fire, so they will go down. Oh, the village will actually go down, so it's a little bit of a shame that Banana Bread did not wall off this side. If he would have done that, he would have had that side of the island, but didn't really do that. Ay caramba! Dios mío, what is happening in this game? What is happening? Why do I suddenly have a Spanish accent? I don't know. I do not know. I do know that there are some huge horse farms on the island somewhere of Bjork, because there is an insane amount of horses. I would argue there are even more horses on this island than there are people. And Horse Island is in a little bit of a problem now. You can of course build outposts to gain vision. You can build turrets, or you can just say whatever and use all the gazillion stone you have to just build a castle on every tile of Horse Isle. This will help, and this will actually be the first attempt in almost 2 hours from Bjork to defend his isles from landings. But there, the second wave of villagers will come, and will Banana Bread succeed this time? He has the... Yes, he will do and wall the other side. And Bjork really has to react quickly to this, or his enemy will have a side of the map that he can defend very easily. Because, well, if he has this side, he is the Britons. He can make longbow archers and he can shoot from the other side of the map. He can use trebuchets and just shoot from the other side of the map. I was going to say you have the Warwolf bonus, but oh, I clicked the wrong button. But let me check real quick. Warwolf is an expansion bonus, yes. That's not what the Britons get in the base game, so never mind. But these villagers will finish this wall, and skirmishers are nice units, but not super strong versus villagers. Villagers are not very allergic to spears. They can just take just about 8 spears right in the stomach, and they can just build walls just fine there. I know I can. And now we see the fire ships setting everything on fire, and well, this is a problem for Bjork. And for the first time, Banana Bread, well, he did get an archery range, but that wasn't really defended. For the first time, Banana Bread has turned the tables and now really has a defended outpost on his opponent's base, and has these longbows that outrange absolutely anything that Bjork can throw back at him. And what will Bjork actually do to counter this? He needs trebuchets. He can put his trebuchets as far away as he wants, and not get the ships to attack them. So he can destroy these walls and then deal with the archers. But will he? But again, we don't see Bjork really react to the aggression. What is he doing? I'm looking for the plan that Bjork is executing, but it just seems it's only castles. It's just building castles, and here we see a big portion of the navy of Bjork just defending that D-Day army, and here we see a lot of trebuchets going in for Banana Bread. And is this slowly getting to the end of the game? Are these the first signs of the end? Now the trebuchets will be used to just completely destroy everything that's in Bjork's life right now, and the longbow archers will start retaliating. The fire ship will start firing, and he did not. Banana Bread actually didn't close this gate, so if Bjork is a little bit cautious, he can just run into this. A lot of missed opportunity. We've actually seen Bjork miss opportunities like that before in the game versus Good Watering, and he is doing the same mistake again. What an amazing game. I do know one thing. I will take a somewhat longer break after this game because I'm going a little bit crazy, but slowly but steadily it's looking like Banana Bread will reign in this victory. It's starting to look like Bjork is running out of answers and not really knowing how to deal with this. Slowly Banana Bread is getting hold of this island, and the point difference is now at 2,000 points. I think an all-time high for this game in terms of difference. There is a trebuchet there. You might want to use that ASAP because there are trebuchets completely crapping on your life. Now these galleys will just start killing the trebuchets. Luckily trebuchets have high piece armor, so galleys are not really that effective. The resources that Bjork has. A million resources. So it's not that he is running out of options. It's just that he is probably. I'm convinced that it's because he's super exhausted. This game has been going on for 2 hours. 2 hours. These guys have been fighting, and by the skin of their teeth, they have both been winning over little edges. And now it is looking like Banana Bread is really taking the first big edge and destroying buildings on the side of his opponent's base. Now the second wave of what I'm sure are villagers is going in, and judging from the strategy, I think he's going to do exactly the same thing, recognizing that Bjork does not know how to answer this tactic. And yes, here we'll see the wall off again, so yes indeed it will be the same, and he will probably just adjust his trebuchets and start destroying these buildings and bit by bit pushing into his opponent's base. What is Bjork going to do? He's moving his entire army to this side of the isle. And what an exhausting game. I think these players were absolutely done for when they were done with this game. But one of these players, and it's very much looking like Banana Bread, will have a very, very deserved win and a possible very deserved spot in that bracket stage that we are closing to very soon. And here we'll see the trebuchets moving, and we'll see Banana Bread actually making a pretty cocky castle there. Really feeling confident. Now that's maybe a little bit too confident, but again, there you have it. The longbow archers that are not really having any contesting, especially if he would have moved them whatsoever. There the trebuchets go, and what are you going to do against that? If that mill is going to die, there is a lot of food being denied, and at this point food is the only resource that Bjork can mine. You're not mining farms now, are you? Here the trebuchets will go, and slowly but steadily Banana Bread is taking this game. And I understand, after such a game, after such a struggle, it is hard to call the GG, but it is slowly looking like that is where it's going to go. What a game this has been. What a game this has been, my friends. Absolutely amazing to watch. And I'm out of water, so I'm hoping one of these players will soon return. The marketplace prices. Can I check that? I don't even know if I can. No, you cannot see that. But I'm pretty sure there are 14. I'm pretty sure there are 14. There the castles will go down without any much contest, and also the pikemen will just absolutely get obliterated without any contest. And there's there is just no answer to this from Bjorp. He has some units in his base, but most of them have just been destroyed, and he will, so it seems, do a last counterattack. What I'm guessing will be the last retaliation from Bjorp, but again, he tried this so many times, and to no avail. He did not see any halberdiers, so he must know that there are still 1,000 Lord Counter is still on his isle, sitting tight, and just waiting it out there. There the drop will happen, and I'm guessing Banana Bread in the meantime will just make a new trebuchet isle. Oh yes, on the gold. Yes. Oh yeah, so the food is actually 14. The stone is on the high side, and the wood is also getting high on the high side, since the entire map is out of wood. And this is the last chance for Bjorp to really turn this game around. He really is looking for the damage, walking way past his halberdiers, dodging their damage and trying to get the villagers, but the villagers are all belt, and all these units will die before anything will get done. And this is the last breath that Bjorp will probably breathe. It's the last thing that he will do. It's the last sword that will clash for Bjorp, and is this then it? Is this then the moment that Banana Bread has been waiting for? The island of Bjorp is his, the sea is his, and his own island has been once again reconquered by Banana Bread. Now the last halberdiers will be killed by Lord Counter, and I think that this just might be it. We are at 113 population for Bjorp and 169 Kappa population for Banana Bread, and all the resources in the world to actually do something right now. We see all the resources being sold by Banana Bread to make actual useful units, but as I said, this is just a matter of rinse and repeat for Banana Bread, and bit by bit chipping away at Bjorp's Isle. And after a very volatile game, it's slowly slowing down, and I think that Bjorp is still a little bit in denial. The Vikings slain by the Britons. It was some real strong role play here. They fought a lot. And the amazing thing is, in my opinion, that Banana Bread is just 200 to 300 points ahead. That's nothing. That's absolutely nothing. It's incredible. There, the battering rams will go a sound decision probably, but what then? What after? What comes after? What comes after? Did you see all the naval units that your opponent has? Answer me, Lord Horsemaster. Here, Bjorp finds out that again. His cavalry is having a hard time doing anything whatsoever, and there's a pile of dead horses here on the shores of Horse Island. And is this it? Is this the moment? I've said it so many times. 2 hours and 9 minutes into the game. Bjorp is seemingly finding and trying out a way to get back into this game. Trying to think of something, but no, the resign. No GG, a sudden resign. 2 hours and 9 minutes will be the length of this game, and after an extraordinary fight, the point, the very, very deserved point, will go to Banana Bread. Congratulations, Banana Bread, for taking this crucial win, and what might be the best game of this tournament yet. And my god, I'm lost for words about how epic this game was. We've seen it back and forth. We've seen multiple naval battles. We've seen multiple landings that failed and slightly succeeded, and desperate attempts at doing damage. We've seen it all. And in the end, it was Banana Bread that reigned victorious. Congratulations. Congratulations, Banana Bread. Now let's take a look at that score screen real quick, and let's look at some interesting stats. There are a lot of deaths being reported, and the thing that we see here is that the buildings raised for Bjorb is only 10. He has been on the enemy isle for maybe just short of an hour, and he really didn't do the damage that he needed to. That's one of the big reasons he had so many edges in this game, but he didn't really use them. And look at the resources collected. An astronomical amount of resources has been gathered. 21k gold for Banana Bread, 69k food for Bjorb. Very close wood collections there. High stone collection, of course. Every single stone on the map has been collected. Imperial timings are super late. But you saw that these players were just playing at the absolute top of their ability, and were just doing everything they could to win this game. My respects to both of them for fighting and treating us with such an amazing game. The villager hive from Bjorb was a little bit on the low side for this game. You really want your villagers count to be on the 110 to 120 count. Exactly what Banana Bread has actually. Yes, they're the Dutch words. Thus would be an English word, but that's not the pronunciation I used. It is loose for Bjorb, and look at this graph. Look at the bumps and the thickness of the military side here, and we slowly but surely see Banana Bread taking control of this game. What a beautiful game! What an absolutely amazing game! And after 2.5 hours, we will have our first break. Because no, ladies and gentlemen, we are certainly not done with this stream. After this stream, after this break, that will be a little bit longer than normal, because I really need to recuperate. It will be a 25-minute break, so I will be back at 10 before 10. Yes. Or maybe 20 minutes. Maybe 25 is a little bit. Let's do 20 minutes. So I will be back at quarter before 10. After that, we will see the Feudal Age games with first Henturio versus Nukmilla. Very important game, again, for both players. Lord Sias versus Deef. Can Deef gain a second point and gain a foothold in the advancement of this stage? And then Crazy Old Wizard versus the one and only Bleu Prince, the feared lord that slays animals at will. That is what the next part of this stream will offer. Now there will be a 20-minute break for everyone that just tuned in. Come back 20 minutes or after 20 minutes, and in the 20 minutes, please follow this stream and help me out to get affiliate and let me continue on doing this and get the amazing casual competitive tournaments out. Thank you for watching this first part, and I will see you in 20 minutes.
Come Standing at the edge of space, calling us to fly away. sweet harmony. Someday we'll all be free. Someday.
I was talking with the microphone muted. Amazing. I was commenting on the fact that I have fixed my hotkeys, and that's very nice. And as is appropriate for this stream, I'm messing up something at the beginning. I mean, I want to make my viewers feel at home, so there you have it. It is almost 10 o'clock, and we will go to the Feudal Age games. We have been treated with some amazing Dark Age games, and for everyone who's just tuned in, 2 questions. 1, please, after these games, go and watch the Dark Age games back, and 2, please follow my stream. It would mean a lot to me, and you are helping me getting further with this initiative for casual competitive tournaments being cast on Twitch. Now, the Feudal Age group is nothing short of interesting. We know that there are a lot of players in there that have a shot of getting out of it. For our friend Blueprints, it's still a little bit iffy. In theory, you can still get out, but well, we'll have to see. Let's keep it at that. And for the rest of the players, it's on, and the first and second spot seem to be somewhat taken, but the third and fourth by all means are open. So I think today will be a big decider of how that group is going to shape up, and we will get to see them on the map that is Archipelago. Now, the first matchup that we will have is Henturio versus Anuk Milla. 2 players that, of course, have not faced each other yet. And Henturio that has had a real steep learning curve, I'd say, during this tournament. Started off a little bit wonky versus Crazy Wizard, but you've really seen the growth in this player during the tournament, and had an amazing game versus Lord Sias, where he defended with everything that he got, but in the end it was just not enough. But it was very close, and now we'll have to see if he's got enough steam to get the better of Lord Sias, that is looking for a first place spot maybe in this group. So for him, this win is also very or not Lord Sias, Anuk Milla, I'm sorry. Anuk Milla, we've seen Lord Sias last week. Anuk Milla will need this point, because if not, then next week is her last chance of getting out of this group. If Henturio wins this, things are looking really, really bad for Anuk Milla. So a lot on the line for both players, and a lot to decide. Just a little bit like Banana Bread versus Bjorp. So let's see if that was actually a prelude to what's going to happen now. Let me go ahead and load up that fourth game and first game of this half. Let me find it. Here it is. I'm very glad my hotkeys are working again, and I've managed to fix this stream just in time. And the screen is changing, and the game is showing, and we'll be starting here. On the top side of the screen, you'll see Henturio in blue playing as the Japanese. Finally, the Japanese. Well, again on a full island, on a single island map. That's a pretty funny turn of events there, and we will talk about this later. On the bottom side, it is Anuk Milla again playing under a different name, namely Brobert. But it is indeed Anuk Milla, and she's playing as the Huns. So the second time this tournament that it will see the Huns. And this time it is on a single land map. So the Huns will have that aggressive edge over the Japanese. Now the Japanese are nice on maps like Archipelago, because they are one of these versatile civilizations that can work on either land or sea. And the amazing tankiness that the fishing ship of the Japanese provide offer a lot of interesting strategies, and it was something that I hinted on earlier on in this stream. The Japanese fishing ship are so tanky tanky that you can really ignore the pressure of your opponent, because he cannot commit to firing or killing your fishing ships when you have galleys over there. It's a super strong bonus that's quickly overlooked because it only says HP and pierce armor for fishing ships. But once you really start thinking about it, it starts to dawn on you how strong that bonus can be, and a little bit less so on a map where there's only one isle, but still something to be considered. And I'm really dying to see a game with island Japanese. And we can then maybe see the strength that are these absolutely unkillable fishing ships. But that is for another game, I suppose. Now we will have to see how Henturio fares against a Hunnic player. Now, because the Huns are fairly new to this tournament, I will for the second time bring up the Hun bonus. The Huns are considered a very strong civilization overall, and more so on a map that they can immediately reach their opponent on. They are a cavalry civilization that do not require houses to be built in order to get units. You start with an instant 200 max population, or whatever the maximum population of that map might be, but the most common is of course 200 population, and I would recommend you to keep it at that, because games can take a really long time once you go up. You start with less food to compensate for that fairly strong bonus, and thus it becomes more a quality of life bonus than anything else. It's still a strong bonus, but not as insane as it would have been without the wood nerf. Then you have the cavalry archers that cost way less, which makes the Hunnic civilization a really prominent cavalry archer civilization. Can do a lot of raids. Now, I have said before on the island map that Igionic was playing on with the Huns, I said the pick was a little bit awkward in terms of cavalry archers. And this is because cavalry archers lose an immense amount of strength once they cannot decide, cannot dictate the location of the fight. Once they get pushed into a certain position, cavalry archers completely suck D. And you really have to get yourself into a situation where you can really choose the point of attack. Now, on an island map, that is very hard to do because it is so small and you can easily get cornered. On this map, it's less so. It's still a little bit awkward because it's all small and there will be a lot of buildings here. So if your opponent is quick enough, he can wall off your cavalry archers, and losing the cavalry archers actually a battle under the town center. And because Anukmila did not kill her boar under the town center, will not get the opportunity to kill off this scout, and thus Henturio will get away with this. A little bit lucky on his side there, but we'll give it to him, especially after the game that we've seen from him last week. But that's why the cavalry archers can be a little bit awkward at times at maps like these. And then you have the trebuchets that have extra accuracy, and that can be nice. We've just seen a game, the amazing legendary game that is Bjork versus Banana Bread, and we've seen that it can really be handy in times. So it's a really situational bonus, but it can make the difference at times. Then you have the Tarkan, the cavalry unit that's good at destroying buildings, a melee unit that's really good at raiding and really destroying your opponent's base quickly and early on in the game. And mobile siege units, if you will. And then the unique technologies, which are a little bit on the horrific side for the Huns. One is completely useless in this match because there is no relic and wonder victory, and the other one is just a little bit whatever. Getting spies, you're mostly getting spies when you have won the game 100% and you just want to kill off these last villagers. There's very, very little room to invest so much gold in something that's just not that important. Having said that, Henturio will go for the first dock of the game and will decide to place it on the larger part of this side. I think he of course he does know that it's one isle, but does he know that it is, well, is it blocked off? Yes, this must be. Come on. Please don't tell me that that all the ships can just pass through this. But the last bonus, however, from the Huns is that their stables work faster. Very strong bonus, especially in team games when everyone can make the super strong units faster. And will Anuk-Mila have a chance of actually using these faster working stables? As Anturio is here claiming his part of the map first. And electing to do that in between two places where he could have saved on wood and saved on space to defend, and going for maximum length on the wall. Why not? Now, Anuk-Mila will see this in time, and what will her response be? Oh, she will actually walk back. I would have probably tried to do something about this. Unfortunately, she does not make loom, and she's just going to take her losses in some way and just wall off this side. There is not much, of course, to be had, and as long as Inturio doesn't get a villager on the other side in time, there's not much that's much of a problem here. Now the Japanese, of course, can make use of these faster working tanky fishing ships. Here they have +2 pierce armor and 120 health, which is so much. The problem is that the galleys of the enemy take so long to take it down that they really have to commit the entire army for a long time to actually do anything with it. And if you know that, and if you realize that strength of the Japanese, you can really abuse that and just fish away whatever you want, and sometimes just bait your opponent into firing the fishing ships. Now Anuk-Mila is making her barracks on the other side of the wall, really planning on destroying that wall early on. And well, we have seen that Anturio knows a thing or two about defense, and we will just have to see if that will be the case for this game. Also, the Japanese are known for hard countering infantry-based unique unit civilization like the Goths and like the Celts, but the Tarkans not so much. So in that regards, we won't see too much samurai, I reckon, this game. We will see an archery range going down for Anuk-Mila, and we see her go feudal age faster than her opponent. So she is maybe looking to do some early aggression, and in what form will that take place? Now, she does know there is a wall up there, and is she going to deal with that in the form of a transport ship, or is she going to just brute force this wall down? We do see that Anturio is going to make use of just walling this part off with buildings. But Anuk-Mila has an archery range, and once there are archers, she can deny that villager of building anything. But I think that the thing to do is she does go for the galleys. I do like that a lot. I do like that a lot indeed. Now, does Anturio do the same? He does not. He can afford it a little bit, as I said before. 120 health on these Japanese fishing ship. Look at these ships. 60 health, 4 pierce armor. Against 6 pierce armor. So much. Especially because galleys do 6 damage, so you're actually reducing damage. Now, why are you... The houses should really be over here, especially when you see your opponent planning on just attacking your wall. The signs are literally on the wall as the first stable is coming down here, and Anuk-Mila prioritizing on spearmen without spotting any sign of a stable. So again, a player that's just committing to the unit that just counters one single type of unit without really spotting it. But that's alright. Anuk-Mila is making galleys, and she's really planning on bringing the pressure to her opponent. But one thing we've seen out of this player a lot is that she's actually making the units in time and way faster than her opponent, but just not using it. And it's looking like she's adjusting to that mistake now, and is going to slowly but steadily make use of the galleys in time. But what will she do? I mean, it does not hurt to just keep attacking the walls. You just bring a little bit of pressure to your opponent, just a little thing to worry about for your opponent. Your archers can deny the villager from building anything, but instead there will be a watchtower here. So, despite having said it about adjusting the mistakes, it is again a measure of just not using the units that are being built and all the resources that C is spending into making these armies. Anturio is just spending them into making a better economy. He does have a lot of food, but really does lack the gold, and it seems like he's kind of... Oh no, he is making some, but look at this. Look at how long it takes for these 2 galleys. In a normal civilization would have now lost all their fishing ships, and the Japanese just don't care. This will take 1,000 years before anything will get done, and Anturio's has all the time in the world to actually kill off everything. Now, does Anugmela recognize this? Does Anugmela recognize that there's time on the clock? She does now attack with the units, which is an absolute delight to see. And I think Anturio just decides to go and fish on the other side to really take advantage of the fact that the sides of the sea are walled off. That if your opponent is just committing to one side, you can get the food on the other side for free and fast or so playing the Japanese. But again, Anugmela should just start attacking the walls. There's nothing that really... There's no real reason not to. He knows, he knows that the units are there. And this is such an important game to win. Now the fishing ship will eventually go down. I mean, even for a Japanese fishing ship, that will take a long time. And if you're not reacting in time and not just spreading your fishing ships out, he's keeping them all together, which gives Anugmela all the opportunity to just pick them off one by one. Is it seriously a single C? Are you telling me that you can really pass that? That is insane. I mean, I kind of understood that this can happen. This is a little bit questionable to me, and this is just blatant cheating. I do not agree with this. Are we going to see it now? I'm going to keep an eye. I'm going to keep an eye. Yes, you can go at that part. Yes, of course. That's stupid. I'm realizing that my brain is not completely functioning anymore after such a long stream, but I'm having fun nonetheless. Don't worry about me. Here we see Anturio losing his ships, and that's a little bit painful, especially as the Japanese, because the Huns don't really have anything going for them, and Anugmela uses a transport ship to actually go there, and a delight to see that she is now using the units, and it is true, she is adjusting to her mistakes. So the pressure really brought to Anturio, that is slowly losing in points also. Anugmela looking for her second point in this tournament here, and getting foothold in that group. So it is indeed a single C. I do not know why I already said that it was open, so I'm not sure how my brain drew the conclusion that it was double C. I guess I meant that this side is closed off, which does make a big difference. Because it means that this side of the sea and this side of the sea is immensely far away from each other, and dock placement gets more and more important. Now, these archers will start denying the building of the houses, and now it's a matter of how much things players can do at once. But Anugmela really dominates Anturio on the sea here, just outnumbers him simply and makes use of these numbers while also controlling her units here. So some really nice plays here from Anugmela, and Anturio is once again feeling the heat early on in the game. And how will he react this time? We've seen that he can hold on for quite a bit, but there was a wall around his base at the last game that he played, and this time not so much. he did use his buildings to just make a clump in a very awkward spot that is not helping anyone. So that's a little bit of a shame. If he had made a circular form with his houses, that would have helped him here a lot. A lot. Building placement is so important in Age of Empires 2. And here the tower goes down for Nugmilla. She is going at it. And will this tower be done in time? Because these spearmen are committing to killing these villagers, but these skirmishers can deal with this army. Now Nugmilla is she going castles? No, Enturio is going castle age, so it will be castle age first, and the villager died. That's a big deal, and now the skirmishers that completely counter this army will probably kill this off, unless Enturio will not micro this, but we've seen Enturio micro before, and he will first pick off these archers. Very nice play there, but now he has to watch out. But spearmen are very weak versus skirmishers, very weak indeed, and will get completely obliterated. Such a shame that she went for spearmen there, because there was no way for Enturio to have any cavalry. Yes, he could have made scouts, but that would have been insane, in my opinion, in this game. So there was really no reason whatsoever to go with the spearmen here, but nonetheless a nice here. Now, not so much. I did say that it was insane. I meant for the Japanese, seeing that she has scouts. Of course, for the Huns, it's a little bit more logical, if not way more logical, with all the kinds of synergy that you have. And nice in this regard, because you've seen your enemy make skirmishers, and a really nice response to that is going with these scouts. But it is crucial that she uses them quickly, and really needs to keep the pressure on. Another mistake that she's making is that she's not patrolling the docks. Again, it's nice that you can destroy a dock. Now she is. Very good, but just too late. Just too late. That's a little bit unfortunate. But nevertheless, the pressure is brought to Enturio's side of the camp, and this is where the Huns are good at. He is, however, castle age, and he is going up in points. Now the first fire ship is showing, and the castle age is soon to be had for Nugmilla. And how will she use this? Will she go for an extra town center, or will she just go full aggression? At this point, I'm not sure. But I like the aggressive playstyle a lot. There the fire galley will go down, and elite skirmishers now for Enturio. I'm hoping for Nugmilla that she is smart enough not to make any cavalry archers now once she reaches that castle age. It seems like she isn't. She's making scout cavalry with all the right upgrades in my mind. Plus 3 piece armor versus these elite skirmishers. They won't do a lot of damage and will receive the full brunt from the scouts there with 0 melee armor to defend yourself with. But yes, there the scouts are loaded up, so we will see a second wave of pressure. And now that she is castle age, what will she do with this so important, such an important age? Now, she does need the war galley upgrade. She does really need that upgrade because, well, see how much time it takes for 6 galleys to take down one single war galley. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of time. And if Nugmilla moves up forward here, she will notice these fishing ships. And once again, Enturio will lose his fishing ships, and soon enough also his villagers. Now these villagers will be safe, but these villagers. No, well, they can stay in the tower. I've said nothing. These villagers are a little bit awkward, so these villagers are very prone to getting attacked. And well, Enturio now with the superior naval army, and oh my god, is he going to spot the loaded transport ships? Oh no, Nugmilla, board them, board your enemy. Nugmilla, please, watch this fight. Oh no, is this going to happen? Is this actually going to happen? It's going to happen. She will lose, and then 2 boats completely filled with units because she waited so long with using them. We've seen it time and time again from Anugmilla, and this time she will get punished harder than ever. Just losing so much resources there in one unit because she's not using them when she's making them. And just like that, she's losing everything she had. All the pressure is gone, all the momentum is gone. There are so many fire ships here at her docks that it will take a long time before she actually gets a chance to regaining that naval priority. And also on land, it's not looking too good. Anturio is making production buildings now on his side, has that multiple town center build going on, and Anugmilla just now going for that extra town center. So suddenly behind in every single way, and the points really show that. And will this get even more out of hand? Really have to commend Anturio here for turning this around and dealing with the aggression. And you can really see that he got that he can use to the pressure and just regaining that map control. Now here Anugmilla does not dock her boats. In fact, she has them waypointed somewhere else and just not looking at them. So all these resources are just wasted. And I love how she's trying to be so aggressive and she's doing multiple plays. You can see the ambition and you can see that in the beginning it was really working out, but when the game just went on, the things that she had to do were just too much. And now it is Anugmilla who has to defend herself. No, that's not the person I wanted to select. Anugmilla has absolutely no clue that this is going on. A castle in the back of her base. Anturio, however, brought only one villager, so it will take a very long time before that will be finished. And meanwhile, he is just setting his docks on fire. Anugmilla has still not set her waypoint back, so the ships will just die without any resistance. And everything will just go to balls. Now she does make scorpions. Scorpions are pretty effective versus these galleys, because you can damage them one at a time, and they actually do decent damage. They outdamage the armor most of the time. Mass Scorpion can be really effective, but is it enough for this game? Because every minute she's losing points, she's losing control, and Anturio is just doing everything to outwit his opponent. Slowly but steadily, the Castle of Doom has been built, and when it's been built, the villagers of Anugmilla will be welcomed with multiple arrows to the face. As we have already established, the villagers are indeed allergic to arrows, so they will die. Very serious allergy. And a lot of stone being mined, so probably another castle will be built once the resources are there. And Anturio is just completely ruining Anugmilla's life at this point. And it is at this point that walls like these don't really have any meaning, and Anugmilla didn't even really wall this side. So once Anturio has a strong land army, he can just waltz right in there and just start slaying everything he sees. And I'm guessing once this castle is done, he will attempt to bring that pressure to his opponent. Now, it's nice that in terms of sea control, this map is really easy to control. Once you take hold of this bay, you really have, as a blue player, all the means to really keep your opponent from doing it. And Anugmilla will resign just like that. Just like that, she will resign. She did see the castle, and she concluded that that was about it. And she's not wrong. We've seen such an amazing start, very promising aggressive play, all the right ideas there, but the execution was just not there, and the timings were just a little bit off, and that made Anturio just made the right decisions and made the right calls in terms of defense, and went and turned this game around. Congratulations to Anturio, that will take the second point now for his for this group stage, and will with that regain and retake himself and probably advance. But everything is not over yet, my friends. This group is very close, and a lot of multiple way tiebreakers can be on the menu here. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Now, as we are looking at the timings here, and first I want to take a look at the age timings. We see a very late timing here for Anouk Milla, and if this was just a little bit earlier, what could have been possible, I think the hit would have been so much harder. And here what we see is just that Anouk Milla here just slightly gained the edge, but then Anturo just started making units, and you see that he's using them way more effectively, and that slowly but steadily the control is lost for Anouk Milla. That was the first game, and it was shorter than the last game we saw, which is not a surprise considering the length of that one. But with that, we will advance to the next game. And with all the things going on, I kind of forgot. Oh, right. It is Lord Saius versus Deef. It is the game that we will see next. Now, Deef is another player that really is on the clock when it comes to getting in that second point. He comfortably got his first point in the very first round of this tournament versus Bleu Prince. And after that, was really struggling for another win. Now, Lord Saius has had a very dominant performance this tournament. So is he the man to give away a point to Deef? We will have to see about that, because Lord Saius is looking for that first place in this group. And if he wins this one, and if Wizard wins versus Bleu Prince, we will indeed see that clash next week, and then we will see the decider who gets first. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's load up Lord Saius versus Deef. The fifth game of today. It's 10:15, and I'm loading up this game, and I'm letting you in. For every new watcher, thanks for tuning in here at the Titans League Age of Empires 2 Edition tournament. Please follow my stream if you haven't done so already. That would really help me out, and you don't have to miss on any of these amazing games. And I'll promise you that they'll even get better once the tournament goes on and advances into the next stages. But with that aside, let's go to the game. We see a single island again. On the bottom side, in blue, it is Deef playing as the Japanese again. A very popular civilization, and rightfully so. On the top side, it is Lord Saius in red, playing as the Saracens. The Saracens versus the Japanese. Two understandable picks for these players. Now, the Japanese are strong for all the reasons that I already mentioned. And the Saracens, we've already seen them out of Laser Raptor that struggled a little bit against his opponent, but I do not think that it is a completely wrong choice. The Saracens, however, are a civilization that have a very specific playstyle in order to be useful, and the Japanese are just very strong, very all around civilization. Now, as I said, once again we will see a single island game, so no real naval battles that will be the complete decider, but will certainly be a factor. And we'll see a nice wood line here in the middle, and this what you can call a choke point that really offers some easy wall-offs. And who will be the first to do it? Now, both players have drawn the conclusion that it is a single isle, and it is a matter of time to see what these players will actually do with this information. You will probably see both players not adjusting their economy to the wood, but sticking to the food and playing this out more like a Baltic game that we've seen before. And I think, 2 times in a row there was a big island, yes. I'm a little bit glad, because overall it means shorter games. Now, having said that, you'll see that this game will also go on for very long, but it's overall quicker when they are on one isle, because you can kill each other faster. Having said that, however, a lot of villagers for Lord Size committed to that route. So, despite what I was saying, is going to go for some more boats, for more ships, so it seems. Div, however, is just committing his villagers to the food, and if I'm not wrong, he's a little bit behind, just one villager. It seemed like more. And when will these two players start walling off their side? That is a question I'm asking myself. Boar will get killed there for Div, right where he wants it to be. Was that his second boar? I think it was. Nope, it wasn't. It was his first boar. The sheep today are a little bit trolling. Again, we see two isles with resources on them, and this side of the map is indeed blocked off, and this side, I think, is also blocked off. I'm not even sure. Well, you can go past, you can go here and there, you can go here, and I'm not sure what to believe anymore on this side. I mean, we've seen ships board just in the middle of the isle at this point, so what can you really say? Dock is going down for Lord Size, taking the lead in the dock building and in the fishing ship building if he's clever about it. Nope, not building any ships. So Div taking the opportunity here to get his own dock down, double villager, and get these Japanese ships out. Now the Saracen ships do fire faster, but isn't enough to kill Japanese fishing ships that are so tanky. Is building that dock, and is he going to build the fishing ships? Yes, but he is supply blocked. Oh, instantly drops down 2 houses to get rid of that supply block for a while. But it's a little bit unfortunate. It's a little bit unfortunate. But luckily he will find some sheep to keep himself happy. And as we've seen that Div is committing a little bit more to the land strategy, so it seems, and Lord Size is committing a little bit more to the sea strategy, so a little bit of a mismatch there in the prioritization for these players, and we will have to see how that one will pan out. Of course, getting control of the sea will mean that you will get all these resources, and more importantly, maybe denying your enemy of it, and if Lord Sias actually gets to control his enemy like that, that will be a very huge boon to his map control. Now, by no means has Div lost his map control, as both players are still on single dock, and well, you can have all the resources in the world, but if you can make the same amount of galleys in the same amount of time, it doesn't really make any difference. Not if you micro correctly, that is. Now, there are 2 fishing ships already for Div that work faster, so really has the economic edge there over Lord Sias, as they are on the same villager count. And what will these players do in order to gain control over this game? Boar will be close to finish probably, and it is then on Div to decide how to commit these villagers. Is he going to put them all on sheep and really focus on that food? Getting a feudal age earlier in this stage of the game and this in a map like this is so important. It's so crucial to your map control, because it snowballs so easily when you have the opportunity to snipe down the boats of your enemy while also getting that food. So you're winning on sea, destroying every unit, but you're also destroying the food economy that he has, and that can have impact on the land units that he has. So that is a real that's a snowball factor that can really hit hard if the battle is fought on 2 sides of the map. And the unfortunate thing, however, that Div is doing is that he is fishing the shore fish that are so much slower than the deep sea fish. If he had fished all these deep sea fish with his fishing ships, he would have had way more food. It's more than double the difference in food collection. So that's a little bit unfortunate there for Lee. Lord Sias is doing that. So Dev is completely denying his own fishing work rate bonus, and I'm hoping for him that after the shore fish he will move on to deep sea. He is now moving deeper into the sea with his fishing ship, and yes, now going to fish that deep sea. So he will make use of that bonus somewhat more. Now Lord Science is fishing the shore fish with his villagers, which is so much faster than with your fishing ship. So not sure if this is a coincidence or if Lord Science is actively assigning the villagers to the correct resource here, but out assigning his opponent here. Having said that, the points are very close, but Lord Science is going to take a big chunk of that isle and starting the first wall off at minute 12. It is insanely late. And if you can see, the gold of both players is super forward. And he will actually not move his wall so far up to deny it, which he could have done. I think he knows, yes, he has scouted almost the entire isle, has a general idea of how this map is shaping up, and is not really using it to his advantage. Both players will at the same time go Feudal Age, so that will be interesting. Now, will they both make galleys instantly? That is a no for Lord Science. No, now he is making the galleys. And Divas again supply block. That is so unfortunate. So his opponent will have galleys way faster. Again, the Japanese player behind on that galley production. And both players still on single dock, which is also very interesting. Lord Science did not take his second boar. So both players really dropping the ball here and there. And that would make this game even still with only a 60-point difference. And the second dock now going down for Lord Science, and he is in fact going for that galley production, so is taking that lead, and Deep is not really attempting to gain naval priority whatsoever, so that is going to hurt quite a bit, I'm afraid. Now the second dock is going down, but still no galleys. It's 50 minutes into this game, and Deep has not made a single military unit. While his opponent is walling off his side of the base. Does he know this? He has no idea. He's just fishing. He's happily fishing. He does have a little bit less of fishing ships, so the food income there will be a little bit less, but look at the resources for Div and look at the resources for Lord Science. Both players have the opportunity to go Castle Age rather fast, and we will have to see if that's what they actually opt into, or that they will focus a little bit more on this naval struggle that will come here. Again, Div is supply blocked. He has been supply blocked for more than half of the game, I have to imagine, and I'm hoping for him that he really stops forgetting about that soon and just makes more houses at one time, maybe. Yes, you need the wood for the galleys, but I mean, getting supply blocked is not worth anything. Both players did not go for the fletching upgrade. That also affects the galley. Not the armor upgrade, however. Only the offensive upgrade is effective for galleys. And both players just chilling it out and really taking it slow here, actually. And we see now Dev actually taking the lead. Well, nothing really to write home about, but a lead nonetheless. And one of the big reasons are these fishing ships that are in a greater occurrence than his counterpart, and are also just mining fish. Yes, they're mining fish faster with their pickaxes. I don't think that's a very effective way of gathering fish, but that's how the Japanese did it, and well, they were good at it, so what do you have to say about that? A trade card will come in! Do you want to trade with me? No! Yes, arrows, here you go. I will hit you with arrows. Now, this is an interesting tanking strategy, but it will go down, and now Lord Science has to make a run for it. Second time today, we've seen a rather unfortunate misclick there for one of the players. And, well, what will Lord Science do? He is on double dock, just as his opponent is, but Deef, surprisingly enough, will take the lead here at the sea, in the sea. And will now also build a market, so it's looking like he is planning to go to that castle age, but only has one required building. Doesn't really have the... Oh, he does. He did build a stable, so after that stable, pretty sure he will advance to that castle age. On the other side, his opponent is not at all attempting to go to the castle age, really committing the resources to the aggressive part of the game. Committing it to men-at-arms, committing it to war galleys, or galleys if you will, and really sticking to that aggressiveness. However, it's not really paying off, since Deef does have that naval control. And look at all these fishing ships that are just fishing away, giving him so much resources. Now he does have the stable. It is time to click up to the castle age, and every second missing in castle age is a second lost for Deef, so really should click up here, but he's probably enjoying his time on the sea here. And he is again supply blocked. He has been supply blocked for so many times. And this militia will try to hit the men-at-arms with his club. We'll find out that it's to no avail. And now there are 2 men-at-arms in his base, despite the resource advantage. But we'll go castle age first. So we'll have the castle age advantage, while again, Lord Size in no way, shape or form has the resources to go castle age anytime soon, and does not even have the required building, so that will take a very long time. The militia now will go down for Deef, but will also make more land units, so it will seem like he will get the naval and the land priority early on in this game at the 21st minute mark. And now the pressure is slowly building up in this game, as Deef is trying to deny his opponent of a 4th dock already. He does know his opponent is on 4th docks, but does decide that it is better to stick with that double dock strategy. He did lose a lot of gold miners, and he's really going to feel that in his bank. I'm hoping for him that he will adjust his villager assignment accordingly, though. But he is losing his army, so again we see a player that's really bringing the pressure to his opponent, but it's already starting to show the cracks and really starting to feel the pressure. Now, is he going to deny Lord Science of this tower? It's of great importance that he is. Is he going to stop them? He's just walking past it. Deef, notice it. Notice me, senpai. Do it. No, not to the town center. Not to the town center. Now they will get hit, so he will get a notification of this, and that will maybe draw his attention. But this tower will go down. Oh, he will lose all the pressure. Oh, that's such a shame. That's such a shame. He could have done so much with that land pressure, but it was just a little bit too much at one time, so it seems. Now, he did build a tower in such a way that they can defend each other, so it seems. This scout will hack away, and there's nowhere else to go, and Lord Science is now just getting the sea priority back, and both players not noticing each other. Hello. That's a little bit silly. They're just going to trade fishing ships, so it seems. But a lot of damage will be done to Deef's economy in this way. Despite having the tanky fishing ships, they will all get shot if Deef will not commit to this. But Lord Sai is actually turning. He's actually turning. But he will lose it anyway. He will never be on time. Never. But he is going probably to attempt to kill that navy. Is making some additional galleys to help him out, and will in fact do that. If he kills this, he will have close to control, complete map control, as Deef stopped making units. Which is a crucial moment in every game, so it seems, and to no surprise. Multiple galleys being built, and Deef's still on that double dock, but he is castle age. But the unfortunate thing is, he has been Castle Age for so long, but he's not using it. He's not making the War Galley upgrade. He's not making a Castle Age units. He's not making a town center. So despite being Castle Age, he's not using it. Oh, I stand corrected. He does have the War Galley upgrade, but a little bit late after losing everything without any reason for it. Lord Size doesn't really seem to realize that his opponent has this and is still not having the resources at all to get it. I now hear a market being built, so he does have the resource, the buildings, but does not have the resources. And here we will see a battle that is way more favorable for Deep. But he has to micromanage this in order to win this. It can be done, but you have to do it. Move away your ships that are under attack. Or maybe build a +1 out of your blacksmith to get that extra damage in. But Deep will not micromanage this at all and lose this fight that was won. That should have been won. Look, you have the extra damage. You have the extra range. If you kite this galley army, they can do absolutely nothing about it. And you can, with just 4 to 3 galleys, just completely one-shot every galley and snowball that fight. But okay, he is now fighting them one at a time, which is good, but it can be executed way better. Move this galley to the back and make these galleys move and just make them lose a little bit of firing time. That's super crucial in games like these. It's the micromanagement. We've seen it multiple times today. It's the micromanagement that can decide games. And we've seen in more games than not that players are just ignoring that part of the game. But War Galleys are War Galleys, and they will actually win from the normal galleys. And I'm hoping for Lord Size that he is going Castle Age. Yes, he is. Is Steve going to use his Castle Age advantage? No. In fact, he's losing everything he has. 37 population for Lord Size, 39 for Deep. But look at all these skeletons. Look at all these deaths that could have been avoided. But Deep is just not making units. He's not building buildings. He's really, he has the economic advantage, but he's not really using it whatsoever. He can use, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Look how these ships have to adjust their aim and their position every time the War Galley moves. And this is how you really beat these puny ships that will try to find an inn. And look, this is what I meant against the Japanese. You can fight to see all you want, but look at all the fishing ships that he has. I do not think that a single one has died. Maybe 1 or 2. And now Lord Size will get Castle Age. And let's take a look at what he is going to do with an advantage like that. Is he going to use the Castle Age to his advantage? You really want the town center down as quickly as possible. A scout is just wreaking havoc in the base of Deep and killing villagers actually. So it's clear that Deep is not paying attention to his base whatsoever. I wonder if he's even noticing how many villagers of him are dying. And Lord Size is surprisingly enough still committing to this naval fight without having the War Galleys. Now the War Galleys will go down, and now he's running actually. So really should wait for these galleys to catch up and then commit to that fight. And it will look like Deep will lose that naval priority there. And here we see a watchtower going down at probably a useful point for Deep. But my God, has the damage been done? Four docks pumping out War Galleys. Deep still on 2 docks. And it's such a shame to see these players getting the advantage but not using it. Here we see, however, a knight for Deep trying to do some damage and seemingly did some, but is it enough? The game is still very close. A little bit short from 200 points of a difference. And trying to watch the resource distribution for both players. Now, Lord Saius is on absolutely 0 fishing ships, so that's a little bit unfortunate. But Deep will very soon, if he does not do anything about this, and it seems like he won't. He is making war galleys, but I'm hoping for him he has his waypoint in his docks, because else this will mean that they will die. No, he does not. So he will fight this army one by one. He will lose the fishing ships. He will lose the war galleys. He will lose the resources. The once economic strength that was the Japanese civilization of Deep is now starving, because he's neglecting every aspect of defense. And Lord Saius very firmly retaking control of this game here, and certainly taking control of the sea. And all the fishing ships from Deep, how tanky they might be, will all die, because they will not take hold against these naval units that now do so much damage. And suddenly the population difference is 20, and Deep still is not docking his units. And will just lose everything. He will just lose everything, and 4 docks that are again just making fishing ships. And all of a sudden, Lord Saius is 1200 points behind, if not more, and is having a party at the sea, and is having no reason to fear his enemy on land, because he knows how little Deep has here. He's seen his opponent going single town center, which is a strategy that mostly signs to very aggressive plays, but Deep is just not doing anything. It's sad to say, but just not really doing anything. It's a real shame, because the opportunities were certainly there, and the pressure was there, and if he used the power that he had, he would have actually taken this win, I'm sure. But he gave Lord Saius a chance to regain his strength, retake the power at sea and at land, and is in fact using it now with a 900 point difference. But with war galleys at the shores, what really can you do? Lord Saius is walling everything off, using his buildings, using his walls to really force his opponent on a certain spot on the map, and is placing his army at the only place that Deep can really interact now with his opponent. Deep will move up with these units, but will meet them very soon. Only has a +1 damage upgrade, and that's not going to be enough. Deep is probably going to look for some villagers, and to really maximize, if you really want to commit your knights to this, what he should have done probably is split his knights to every side and make Lord Saius really pay attention to every corner of his map, but just going to stick with the knights as a group, and is now not really paying attention to it. Is he going to take villagers? Yes. He's going to take 1. He's going to take maybe 2, but he will lose up to 400 worth of resources from it. So a net loss, I would say, in terms of pressure. Meanwhile, the docks of Deep are going down, and slowly but steadily the game is falling apart for him, as a 1k difference is slowly starting to come up. And Deep now on enough resources to make an extra town center, but still will not do such a thing. But neither is his opponent. Both just really focusing on that aggressive side of the game. And as of now, it's really paying off for Lord Saius, that has completely denied his opponent of any chance of getting to that sea. Now, funnily enough, both players haven't really attempted anything in the form of taking this side of the water, which has so much free resource, so many free resources. Now, I think that ship just attempted to go in there. Yes, I think we can confirm now that you cannot slide over there like Noah and his ark. The last fishing ship for Deep will be hunted down, and with that, every single naval unit of Div will die, and I'm very sure that that is the last naval unit that we will see Div make this game, or be useful or relevant at least. We hear another barracks being built, so Lord Sai is turning up the production, despite not having the resources to really doing that. So I'm wondering why he is upping the production with such a, well, frankly, weak economy. But weak as the economy is, he still has units, and units can in fact deal damage. We have confirmed that, and Lord Sai is actually looking to do that. So now Div has a second town center 42 minutes into this game. But Div's world is slowly getting smaller and smaller. And what will he do to actually regain an edge in this game? He had the economic edge with the fishing ships. He had the naval priority, and he had the land. He had the land priority at some point, but it all fell apart, and you saw that he wasn't really paying attention to. He was just paying too little attention to every aspect, and thus lost everything instead of winning at one point. And that's how he really got into this situation. On top of that, as I said, did not really take any opportunity to use his castle age timing. He did go with war galleys at some point, but it was before, of course, after it really did do anything relevant. He could have denied his economy and the castle age timing of his opponent so much more, but failed to do so, and now has to pay the price. I like this, however. I like this. While I'm roasting Div, I'm here liking the building placement. However, he did not. He did start building this, so this is an actual block off. And once he will start building this house, there's not really much that Lord Sias can do without having any ranged units. He can, of course, delete this wall, but have to face this turret then. And that's a nice castle placement there for Div, really denying that choke positioning that Lord Sias made for himself. Here we will see Lord Sias attempting to deny his opponent of that, and Div is not stopping it, it's not building it, and now Lord Sias will have a shot of stopping the villagers. He will commit as much units as possible to attacking all the villagers, but will he be in time? It seems not. It seems like Div will be able to finish this castle just in time, and then what will Lord Sias do that only has these Imperial Age unit or Feudal Age units? He will go away. He will backtail it to the side of his map. But he is not in a hurry. He has a lot of fishing ships. He knows he has so much fishing over this side of the sea. He knows for a fact his opponent is not on this side, and for reasons unknown doesn't really care about this side. Slowly but steadily gaining a lead. Lead could have been way higher if he actually bothered making a second town center, so that is a little bit unfortunate on that part, but it's going really well, and he is now supply blocked, and I think no, Div is not supply blocked because all his units are dead. That is another method of doing that. Now we will actually see Samurai coming out for Div, a very strong unit indeed, and very effective against this Feudal Age army and pikemen, and they will completely slaughter everything that will stand here if he moves them out of the castle range. Camels are not that good against samurai, but castles are, and that's the reason that the samurai will however go down. And Div now on that double town center does have that edge, and really can make more villagers at one time than his opponent. Is not doing that, unfortunately enough. What will our friend Deef do? What will he do to regain some strength in this game? He has attempted some things. You see that he is thinking about ways to come up with a rebuttal, but it's not really too effective. And Lord Science is about to completely wall off this side, and then it is pretty much impossible for Deef to reach his opponent. Now, the Japanese with their faster attacking infantry units and with these samurai with 9 damage will very quickly take down houses. But you see here the technique that Lord Saiz is using, which is just simply building houses next to those. And it's not going to work for Deef. This is a battle he's never going to win, and not like this at least. And you see him struggling to find a way to actually turn this game around. The key really is to use his advantage of the extra town center and get a stronger economy. Now his opponent is slightly, not really, but close to doubling him in population count and slowly building up units. Now Deef will attempt to break down this wall here, but what can you do with it when you are met with a castle right there? Here we see the problem with this situation. Yes, the houses are getting destroyed, and it will be a nuisance since Lord Saiz was dealing with some supply block problems, but the game is very slow, very slow. Despite Lord Saiz having this lead, not really making any attempt to close out the game as he is so far behind. And will he out micro Deef here? Ooh. The mangonel got blocked off there a little bit, and will it pay with his life? Yes, it will. But there the pikeman will go in. And the knight will go down. Mameluke. One of the reasons that the Saracens are considered one of the weakest here. Mamelukes are a very awkward unit. Can be strong, but in the right situation. And this was not that situation. So a little bit of an unfortunate unit selection there for Lord Saiz. But again, he's having a good time. So does he really care? Again, the big takeaway for Deef is here to really get these town centers going, and he's only making villages out of 1. And his opponent is slowly but steadily gaining strength. With 1 town center still close to an hour in this game. And he keeps making production buildings. He does not have the economy to sustain this many buildings whatsoever, but still he's going to. Now the samurai will completely destroy these units. Lord Saiz is trying to find an angle. Now, Deef sees opportunity here. He likes to attack this house, but this is really the time to quickly, oh no, go for the palisade wall if you're so prone on getting that wall down. But he's going to decide to defend his mangonels, which also might be a good choice. But samurai don't run so fast, and this knight is saying, F you. And now, what will Deef do having this military edge now slightly? If he's able to land some decent mangonel shots in these longswordmen, he can actually do something and is going to attack this wall. Again, the irony of having an edge but just not using it. Now he will move his units and will kill his opponent's units, but he really has to stop moving them into this castle. Will now go for the archery range, but will prioritize the units and is electing to fight next to this castle. Oh, that's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. Move your units away. There the shots, the hits will connect for Lord Sias, and the units will start slowly pour in. Oh, and Div is actually killing his own samurai now with the mangonel. If you're not microing that mangonel, it can do more damage to your own units than anything else. And now some petards here for Lord Sias, and what will he do with that? That is the question. Is it a misclick or no? Probably not. Looking for a way to maybe destroy the buildings of his opponent. And still, I'm so puzzled by the fact that Lord Sias is not making extra town centers. He did do it before, so he knows that it is a thing, but... And especially at the Saracens that really shine in that late game. The post-imperial side of the game, where you as a Saracens can make so much more, can make use of your market so much more efficiently. And now Lord Sias will just do the same and move his units into the castle. But here the petards will go, the heroes of the story. And what will they do? Moving in with a battering ram and some units, probably looking to get down, to take down that castle. Will it do the trick? I don't think that these are enough. He should probably move with his army first and tank for the petards. No! Petards taking arrows to the face. Will they all get there? Oh, look at all the damage. Look at all the damage that's done. And the knight will move in. Very nice usage of that knight there. But unfortunately will not make it to the mangonels in time. And now this battering ram has some issues getting there. Will actually 180 it back. No, we'll just 360 it around the samurai. And then make an attempt to do a hit. But will not finish it. The sad life of that battering ram has been confirmed. Meanwhile, Lord Sias is happily taking all these free resources here in the sea and is ruining the day of his opponent. Over 1,000 points lead for Lord Sias, that is looking for his fourth consecutive win here in this tournament. And Div is letting his farms being depleted and is not making any villagers, which is so important. He has all the resources in the world to do it. I like, despite the fact that Lord Sias is only on one town center, he is, however, using the resources better than his opponent. So completely nullifying that strength that Div has there, that edge that he has over his opponent. Now, the only reason that he is alive is that this castle is here. Well, not the only reason, but the big reason is the castle here, and Lord Sias is really struggling with taking it down. The key, again, also for Lord Sias, is really in building multiple town centers, getting that economy to get imperial aids, get a trebuchet, and then you can just kill that castle without Div having an answer to that at all. It's just over at that point. We are 1 hour into this game and we've seen Lord Sias having control of it for over 30 minutes now, but it's just it is a front line that both players struggle to deal with, and it is taking a little bit longer than necessary, in my opinion. Now Div will again attempt to move aggressively. But he knows that this is no way of getting attacked without suffering heavy losses. And again, if he really wants to commit to the aggressive movement of his army, really should look for an opening right here. The palisade walls are down in no time, and there are no villagers inside to do that in time. 1 hour and 3 minutes in this game, and Lord Size will make his second town center. Well, he will build his first town center, but it will be the second. Now he got rid of the house, and now should really go for the most important part of that blockade. It's that the part that's actually blocking off that side. The time is ticking. He's again moving away. His enemy having a way bigger army now. 85 to 110, doubling his opponent's population. Samurai are effective, but are they effective enough? Scorpions are not really that effective against castles, but Dave, luckily for him, he did repair his castle, so this battering ram will definitely not have the time to take down the castle. However, Deep is losing hard. Losing very hard here, and has to retreat and maybe get rid of that battering ram very soon. Deep is trying to build another castle, but it is in range of a lot of things that Lord Size is throwing at him, and Lord Size actually denying the building of this castle, and now the units will pour in for Lord Size. Is this then the moment that he will finish off Deep after a long but slow death? Now this knight will not get to take down the castle, but will have succeeded in denying his enemy the building of this castle. Now the petards will go in and probably get rid of that tower. I think you only need 3 for a tower, 2 even. 2 petards only for a tower, and now this side of the map is completely open for Deep, and he has so little to answer with, only on a 43 population, and this castle is now not really defending much of anything, while Lord Size is denying this part of gold here for Deep. And now moving up to the wood line of Deep. Oh, the wood line's now actually moved to this side. I think Steve is really happy with the samurai, but unfortunately it's not enough for him to carry this game, as he is now at a 2k deficit. And it's just a matter of time, in my opinion, before Deep has to resign. He has men at arms. Look at how behind he is in terms of upgrades. A third attempt at a castle will be started, and I doubt that it will actually be finished, as Lord Side's really looking here for any way to really deal damage and poke at his enemy. Now, does he notice it? Yes, he does. So Deep is actually feeling like this is his last chance at committing 80% of his economy to actually getting this castle down. Now, will it finish? I have my serious doubts. And with that, he will not only lose the attempt at a castle, but will also lose his, what is close to his entire economy. And again, a real hit for Deep. That is that's just a little bit painful. Now the castle is getting close to finish, and if Lord Size is not paying attention enough here, he will actually get to finish it. It will get finished, I think. That would be well, not big. It would just give him a little bit of time. But what really will it do for Deef? It is so pushed back that his Lord Sias has just now started to take control of this side of the sea. Knows that Deef is in fact in no way, shape, or form at the sea, gathering resources, and now is having trouble defending his castles. And if this castle will go down, it will be a little bit of a whack-a-mole situation. 1 hour and 11 minutes into this game, Lord Sias will go Imperial Age and will have the opportunity to build trebuchets. Would really change the tide. Well, not really the tide, but really the momentum that he has. And there the castle will finally go down after such a struggle. And now this side is super vulnerable. Deef does not have control over this gold pit, so now that he lost control over this one, he will not have access to gold. He has just a little bit into the bank. And it's not looking good for our Japanese friend, once again this tournament. Deef really needed this win, and will have to fight, I believe, Anouk Milla next week. One of these two players will probably advance, and one of them will not. So that's a really juicy matchup there. Really interesting Feudal Age group there. A great finale for that group. But before that, we still have to see Lord Sias win here in this very slow build up to a victory. And that is all due to the fact that Lord Sias is not really using the fact that he can just make a great economy for free. Now Deef is going with a monastery and attempting to get gold that way. But then the trebuchets will go for Lord Sias, and Deef doesn't really have any way of answering to that. So what will happen next? He has absolutely no chance of getting Imperial Age without suffering on the unit side. He will now commit his army to getting that castle, that trebuchet pair down. And just a little bit too late, Lord Sias will start walling off, and will probably even get to kill this trebuchet. Super unnecessary loss there for Lord Sias. But just again delaying the inevitable, as once again Deef loses his entire army, built more castles in his base. He's now just destroying this side of the wall just to get the mobility out. And we'll get to this side of the map with even more and better units. Deef using his absolute last resources to make some units. Luckily for him, he can. His opponent is not denying his gold, so he has that going for him. As long as he has that gold and he has these resources here, he can make samurai. And again, Lord Sias really struggling with taking Deef down. Could have really killed him there, but just was really careless with his trebuchets. He could have learned something from his opponent, Henturio, that did the same thing last week, where he completely let his trebuchets get killed over and over again, and that way maybe lost one of the big reasons that he lost the game. Cavalry archers of the Saracens do extra damage versus buildings. And maybe that is the reason that he is going with this unit, to just quickly maybe raid his enemy and deny him of the last things that he can actually do to fight this. And you have to admire the tenacity that Deef is having, and refusing to give up, refusing to let that much needed point here in this tournament for him, to let that go, and really trying to get it back. And what a story would that be? Because say what you want, but Lord Sias has not been able to kill him for over 40 minutes now. which has to show for something. Which has to show for something. Curious tower placement for Lord Sias in an attempt to defend that trebuchet, I reckon. And look at that amazing range. Yeah, what are you going to do against that here? The units will now position themselves in a way that the trebuchets can actually be defended. Nice to see Lord Sias adjust. Full shots in this army. Well, is it going to do the trick? Because the Mega now will go down, and look at the unit difference now. It is 1 hour and 19 minutes into this game, and it's now looking like Lord Sias is really chopping off the head of the beast and is getting to the gold miners. And with the gold miners gone, he's really quickly running out of options, because this castle is getting destroyed without any possible answers for Div here. And it's just, well, it was always a matter of time, but it has changed from minutes into seconds now for Div, as he's losing villagers left and right. The front line is going further and further into his base, and here the scout cavalry will actually move up and destroy the last villagers that he actually has. And now the point lead is actually almost doubled. And the dreams of Div are officially over. Well, for this game at least. As I said, if he's winning his game against Anuk Mila next week, he can indeed win a spot, that 4th spot in this group. So, what will Div do? He still has found the courage to keep playing. 32 population to 110. Absolutely attacked, getting attacked on all fronts. Trebuchets moving up. Superior units. No way of getting to the navy, but Div won't give up. And you have to ask yourself, what is his plan here? What is he thinking? What is he plotting? Or is he in denial and slowly accepting the fact that this game is over, and that Lord Sias will have his 4th point and will again move on to a chance at that 1st spot in the group. Of course, next week will be Lord Sias versus Crazy Old Wizard. The top players in this group probably, as we will see, Crazy Wizard versus Blueprints. Lord Sias really done with it now, and just starting to build a base in his enemy's base, and is starting to up the siege workshop production. Heavy cavalry archers coming in for Lord Sias, killing the last units Div has. The count is even dropping more, as the only resource that he really has is wood, which is a pretty awkward resource to build units with. And it seems like Div is just not willing to give up. Will not accept the fact that he loses this game, and somehow maybe he cancelled this workshop. Let me drink some water before I completely destroy my voice. I'm going to feel this tomorrow, I'm very sure. But it's all worth it. Age of Empires is worth it. Now, Div will attempt to slay the cavalry archers with samurai, which is probably not the best choice, and will just go down. 25 population now for Div, 116 for Lord Sias, and this is the only part of the game where Div can interact now, and he's just watching his villagers die slowly. He's letting his villagers, his citizens, suffer for the mistakes that they made, for failing him. again, Deep started off nice with the win versus Blueprints in this tournament, but since then has really struggled to find himself another win that he needs so much. And next week is the final chance for both players, Anouk Milla and Deep, and we've seen that both players are willing to go aggressive early on, and both players lost over their maybe over aggressiveness and not being able to get that control in. So we'll have to see how they manage against each other when they seem to have similar playstyles and similar mistakes, and I'd say similar skill levels. So we will have to wait and see how that one pans out, as Deep is on a 25 population here still, and not making villagers, not making units as it seems, and is so behind. Now the trebuchet will actually destroy slowly but steadily this castle, and Lord Size will make use of the conquered gold that he has now, and with that the snowball will even go further and further. And I'm so surprised at how slowly Lord Size is going with this. I mean, he knows he won, but for some reason he's just really taking his time here. Now the villagers will die. 22, 21, 20. The villagers will slowly get absolutely executed. Deep is not even attempting to save his most crucial part of the game, but now he's asking for peace. I think that's a little bit too late, my friend. I think it's time to call for the GG and give your opponent that well-deserved point. Lord Size not really reacting as it seems. Maybe you could have asked for peace in the beginning, but it seems like his enemy is relentless and will just take down every single building that he's got. 6,000 points lead is much. It's even 7,000 at this point, and there Deep calls a GG at 1 hour and 29 minutes. A very slow game that led to the inevitable death of Deep. And I think the timeline reflects that. See, look at this. Look at the amount of units that Deep has had at the entire game. And Lord Size just slowly taking control of that game. Congratulations to Lord Size for getting his 4th point and his fourth consecutive win in this tournament. And good luck to Deep next week as his last chance to stay in this tournament. I will go to the bathroom really quick, and after that we will see Blueprints versus Lord Size. What kind of memery will we see out of this player? I'll see you in just 1 minute. Yes, thank you for your patience. It is time to get to the last game of today, which will be a Crazy Old Wizard versus Blueprints. Now, Crazy Old Wizard has shown a rather dominant performance over the course of this tournament, and we've seen Blueprints putting out some memes, and we will have to see if that differs from today. The game has been loaded up, the sound is playing, the transition will start, and we will look at the game that is Blueprints versus Crazy Old Wizard. On the right side, in blue, it is Crazy Wizard playing as the Persians. On the left side, in red, it is the man that is Blueprints playing as the Spanish. Now, two things that are important here. The first thing, of course, is that our last game for today will be an island map, so we will see some boats, presumably. Now, I've never seen Blueprints create a single ship in my life, so I'm really excited to see him do that. The other important thing to note is that unfortunately we have a second cheater in our game, and it is Crazy Old Wizard, because he is playing the Persians, and for the perceptive viewer, they might remember that Crazy Old Wizard played his Persian civilization in the first game already. So also he will have a double civilization pick in this group stage. This will mean that he also will not be able to play the Persians in the next stage, which is that knockout stage. So all the way through the until the semi-finals, Crazy Old Wizard is not allowed to pick the Persians, and Flojo is not allowed to pick the Mayans. So that are the two criminals of this tournament, but they have been punished, and justice has been done. And we will not talk about it any longer. We will now enjoy these players. As Crazy Old Wizard is probably looking to chase his rival, which is of course Lord Sias, that we just saw take his 4th point. And really take that rivalry to the next level, and using the last week to decide who will be the first in that group, and who will get to play against the 4th place of another group. I think that the first of the Feudal Age group has to play against the 4th of the Imperial Age group, if I recall correctly. So nothing clear yet in terms of who fights who, but a nice spot to be in nonetheless. And here we see Blueprints doing something he did a lot of the time, just pulling all his villagers to a random side of the map, doing well, not much. He's now cutting some wood, not building a lumber camp, really maximizing that walking distance that his villagers have to do there. And meanwhile, we see Crazy Old Wizard without loom pulling the boar. Now, if he's not careful enough, he will lose that villager, and he will actually lose the villager. Both players now concluded that they are indeed on separate islands. The Spanish are a very strong civilization on a map like Archipelago, especially with that separation there. Of course, they have a very strong late game navy, and they have a very strong castle age. So that's very nice. And they can get cheaper fletching because they don't have to get the gold there, and they have to can use that gold to actually make more galleys. So really big advantages there for the Spanish. The Persians, of course, have that faster working rate, and what's also very important to note is that they have that dock that's so much stronger. So you can really, maybe not Persian douche your opponent on this map, but you can certainly make strong docks and really deny your opponent the opportunity to destroy them anytime soon. Now, Crazy Old Wizard, I've seen him in chat more often than not, and he did watch a game or two from Blueprints, so I think he knows what kind of skill level he has to face, and I suspect that he is planning on doing something to end this quickly. I think that he realizes in what kind of stage his opponent might be in right now. Now Blueprints is improving.
See?
What can I say? He is improving. He is killing one sheep at a time, and maybe, just maybe, will one day do his boars correctly. Look at this beautiful micromanagement here. The villager assignment, the efficiency of this player is growing exponentially, actually. While Crazy Wizard is just farming his boar miles away from his town center. Really denying himself that efficiency, and we will have to wait and see how he actually recovers from this giant mistake. It's 11 past 11. Longest stream I've had since I've started this tournament, and you don't hear me complaining. Enjoying myself, and I'm hoping you too at this last game already of the Dark and the Feudal Age, and it promised to be an exciting evening, and it completely delivered in my opinion. Thank you to all the players for sending in these amazing games, and I'm super hyped to see what the Castle and Imperial Age players have to show. Also, there some interesting situations are developing, and some opportunities for player to really get that certain spot into that knockout stage. But it is now for Blueprints, his last attempt, if he will lose this game, it's looking very grim, and there is actually no way he can win. Because Deef or Anouk Milla will take that second point next week, and that will mean that that 1 point is by definition not enough to advance. There is no possible tie, I think. Well, there is, but we won't see that. I can promise you that. There is a tie situation possible, but you really have to try and go for that. And players generally want that win, so doubting I would see that. We do see, however, Crazy Wizard not really making a dock. Oh yeah, I stand corrected. He did make a back dock, so he is playing it very slow, very defensively, as he's slowly moving up the point difference. I do still believe in Blueprints. He is a smart guy, and we've seen him learn so much over the course of this tournament, and I would be really sad if we had to conclude that this would be his next to last game, and that next week will be then indeed the last that we will see from Blueprints for now. Because he has developed himself as a true hero of the people. And I still promise that I do something if the game was a little bit slow. Now this game is slow indeed, but my viewer count is a little bit too low in my opinion to reveal it yet. So I will wait with my announcement, but I can give a hint that Blueprints has something to do with that. Ooh. What will it be? Feudal Age timing for a Crazy Old Wizard at a 20-minute mark, and now it is time to show his aggressive stance. If I were a Crazy Old Wizard, it is indeed time to get the galleys out and get that naval domination on a map like this with the separate isles. Super important. We've seen a super close game with Laser Raptor versus Ikionic. We've seen a super close game in Bjork versus Banana Bread. And will this be the same case? Now we see Crazy Old Wizard actually going for a fast castle. He's saying all good and well. I'm letting Blue just do his thing on this island, and I'm just going to go fast castle. Does not have the resources to really get there in time, but will be there very soon, as Blue is, well, not even close to the feudal age. And with that, another villager will die. But look at this. I mean, the villager died. But can we please admire the fact that he lured a boar without loom and killed it under his tower? Can I get a round of applause for Blueprints? Can we get a hooray for learning? He actually did it. Look at this. Yes, 10 minutes too late, but that are all technicalities. And look at him going feudal age. Look at this man go. It's amazing. He will be feudal age before his opponent will be castle age, which is quite a feat when your name is Blueprints. Which is quite a feat indeed. In the feudal age you can make galleys, and with galleys you can stop your opponent from entering your base. Which is nice. We hear the sound of... oh no, I'm just slowly turning insane. Thought I heard the sound of a second dock, but none of that. It was just the sound of a ship being built. No galleys for a crazy wizard to be found comfortably going to that castle age at minute 17. And wondering what he is planning on doing with that castle age, as he has to know that his opponent is never going to get castle age in any way, shape or form in the foreseeable future. He is still celebrating the fact that he just correctly farmed the boar. Which to me, all things considered, is probably the highlight of this stream. Now, is this boar also going to die the correct way? We will have to see about that. Our crazy old wizard, castle age, still on single dock, is now making galleys on single dock, and is now looking forward to that control. Is scouting ahead with a fishing ship. He's drawing the conclusion that the front of this island is not inhabited by any kind of dock or boat or life in general, except for the shore fish. And what is Blueprint's plan? Does he know that there is a age beyond the feudal age? We've seen him make units very early on, but I guess he realizes that his units cannot swim, especially not with all that armor on. Fishing ship will make an entire round and draw the conclusion that there is an absence of any naval activity. This boat will just moon slide or what have you to the other side, and he will do not much of anything. And this may be a time for Crazy Wizard to adjust and to maybe start thinking about landing. Now he's going for that forward dock to up his production, unfortunately getting supply block there. Yes, this is a tournament. Just that good. And well, it seems that you're just that good, but unfortunately you've missed a chance of proving yourself at this one. Don't be afraid, however, there will be a second tournament. Probably not in Age of Empires, but I will do a tournament in old RTS games for the casual to a moderate player. So follow this stream if you'd like to enroll in the next tournament, or if you just like to watch these players. We're having the last game of the day, Blueprints versus a Crazy Old Wizard, and we're slowly nearing the end of the group stage. There is a website actually on the way, but it is still in the works, so I will wait with the announcement. It is online, I think, but not much to be seen. I think you can see the score screen on there, but you can also just look at it on stream once this game is over. And now Crazy Old Wizard is attempting to turn on the kill switch and really getting there with his transport ships. Double dock on the front side. Still no dock to be found for our friend Blueprints here. That is just chilling. That is just chilling. He's supply blocked at 20 villagers at minute 22, and his villagers are dying to ballista arrows, which is a little bit painful. There Crazy Old Wizard goes with his transport ships. 3 villagers in the bank, and I'm guessing they will construct some sort of production building that will make a quick end to Blueprints' dreams of getting a point in this tournament whatsoever. Next week we will see Blueprints versus Henturio. Of course, Henturio really needs that point to gain that spot in the next phase of the tournament. And we have to see now. Blueprints will make a dock, but will not realize that it is a little bit too late. A wolf will actually kill his villager. An outpost there for Crazy Old Wizard. An interesting choice indeed. Now, a dock is all fine and dandy, but the galleys that he will produce out of it will have little effect, I'm afraid. And you can only feel bad for our friend Blueprints. That's really again having a hard time, just wanting to farm his boars correctly, to do everything he can to advance to the next stage at the slowest rate possible, but not getting the chance because his opponents are just that aggressive. To which I say, why? What has Blueprints ever done to you that he deserves this kind of pressure? A town center will be built in Crazy Old Wizard's side of Blueprints' island. He will say, thank you very much. Seeing the rocks and the gold on this side, I would like to have a piece of that. And once this town center is finished, it's up to Blueprints to actually react to that, if he will at all. And there, the first and probably the last dock of Blueprints will go down. And does he feel the heat already? Wizard is mining stone, is really ramping up on stone while already building a town center, and is probably planning on planting a castle sooner than later in the base of his opponent. Now shooting arrows in the ass of his opponent's villagers. Which of course is not a nice thing to do, but Crazy Old Wizard is here for tournament points and is not here for nice behavior. Blueprints made sure that he'd commit every single wood he has to then just abandon everything. And again we see the unit that's used most by Blueprints to defend and to attack the villager. It will make a watchtower at the place it can definitely not make a watchtower. There, Crazy Old Wizard will do the logical thing, and there the villagers of Blueprints will die. With a 2k deficit at minute 27, Blueprints once again finds himself in a world of hurt. His opponent now has the stone to actually construct a castle, and he can just plant it right in the face of Blueprints that just is just gathering wood, and that's right about it. Now he does make he's just going to make the castle in the back, going for that nice unit. That's the Conquistador. Blueprint actually repaired the house. That's so nice of him. Don't let your units live in burning houses. They're also having such a hard time already. Welcome all the new viewers. Welcome to the very last game. We've had very interesting games, and with all respect, This is maybe the best one. No, I'm just kidding. This is Blueprints, a very new player that just wanted to have a little bit of fun and get into a tournament for a game that he never really played. Amazing gameplay if you ask me, but if you want to see some fun Age of Empires games and some high level, what's the word I'm looking for here? High stakes tournament play, please follow this stream and see how the group will unfold. I really recommend you to watch this stream back and look at the first games. The Dark Age group games were absolutely amazing. Such close games going to over 2 hours. And completely back and forth. Now elephants. I'm sorry. I'm drinking a little bit of water as my voice is slowly dying. Blueprints is seeing elephants and is a little bit afraid of animals. He's grown a little bit afraid of animals over the course of this tournament, and he's memeing it up, drawing the conclusion that castles and elephants are a bit much when you're a man in the feudal age with well, the resources to go castle age, but not the buildings to do it, and absolutely no opportunity to get there whatsoever. And the buildings in his island are increasing by the second, and for the first time this tournament, Blueprints will realize in a reasonable amount of time that he has lost the game. And it's so good to see that this man is having an amazing experience and an amazing learning curve, and is really amping up the knowledge of this game, and now is drawing the conclusion that this game is over and will probably very soon give the last point. Not the last point, but the last point of the day, at least to Blueprints. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel for epic vegan recipes. I'm not sure if Blueprints has a channel. If someone can fact check that, I would really like to, and would recommend you all to subscribe. www.veganlife.com. Can someone in chat check that out? And with that, Blueprints will resign with that message. So he will win in the end, because people will go to his to his sites and then subscribe to whatever there has to be subscribed to. With that, there comes an end to the last game. It's been a long stream, but my god, what an enjoyable one. We've seen a lot of amazing games, and it's so nice to see these groups unfold. And now we see Crazy Old Wizard also getting his 4th point, and that will mean that we will see a tiebreaker last game between Lord Scythe and Crazy Old Wizard next week, and we will also see a tiebreaker for Anouk Milla and for Deef, and that does mean that that Henturio will be certain of a spot, or does he? Yes, he is. Yes, he is certain of a spot in the brackets, but what spot that will be, that is a question to be answered. He's probably going to have to play a tiebreaker game for 3rd or 4th, but I'm already getting ahead of myself. Congratulations, Crazy Old Wizard. Too bad, Blueprints. Next week is your last chance of ending this tournament on a high note for yourself. Not much interesting to see here, I'm afraid. With that, the last game, and time for me to close the program and say goodbye to you all. It was a long stream, but one of the best I've had so far, in my opinion, and I thank you all for watching. As I've said before, the Sunday stream will be moved to Saturday, one day earlier. So Saturday will be the day that Castle Age and Imperial Age will be streamed, and there we will see who will be victorious there. If you haven't done already, please follow my stream, help me get affiliate. I'm so close to get affiliate. I only need the followers, and I would really appreciate if you help me out. And I will see you guys Saturday. Thank you so much for watching, and go to bed or have a great evening, whatever you like. Bye bye, guys.
afraid everything will change. You and I jumping off the edge. They say dreamers never die. So come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. We're rising, we're falling, we're making moves. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. We're rising, we're falling, we're making moves. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Something's gonna bring the change. Journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away.